Meeting started. We do have a quorum. Start with, we'll do public address. Anybody like to step forward and state your name, where you live? You have 5 minutes. Seeing nobody, we'll close public address. Next, we go into new business. Bring up to a resolution so the county, I'll read this resolution first. Is that right, Marty?
The finance department asked if we could add the county administrator to the check signing authority.
Right.
Yeah, and so that's what this resolution does. It just it appoints the county administrator, Angela Hill, to sign public service authority checks. All checks are signed by two,
Right.
so she would just be one of them.
Do I need to read that resolution?
No, you don't need to read it. Nope.
Okay. We just bring it up for discussion.
Yep, and I just explained what's in it, so there's nothing more in it other than that.
Okay.
So I'll go ahead and make a motion. Right, we need a motion, second, and then
Yeah.
discussion. Yeah, so I move to approve.
I second the motion to delegate Angie Hill to sign checks on behalf of the Montgomery County Public Service Authority.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Okay.
Do you want roll call?
We have to vote.
You
Yeah,
want roll
I was
call?
going down to it.
Do you want roll call on it, or?
All right. Madam Secretary, call roll, please.
Ms. Demots,
Aye.
Mr. Grasky,
Aye.
Ms. Biggs,
Aye.
Mr. King,
Aye.
The second resolution was, came about, Atlantic Union reached out to the finance department. As you know, the finance department or the county is the fiscal agent for the PSA, and they want someone designated as, quote, custodian of the funds for the Public Service Authority. And since the county is the fiscal agent, to me, it just made sense to have the county administrator be the custodian of the funds. And it's nothing more than just a designation. So, and that's all this resolution does. It designates the administrator as the custodian for the Montgomery County Public Service Authority in the eyes of the bank.
Make a motion to approve.
I'll second. I do have one follow-up question. In the event that the county administrator is not able to fulfill her role as the custodian, is there an alternate custodian?
They didn't ask for an alternate custodian, but
I think it's related to federal requirements for people to be associated with the bank accounts for entities and having social security numbers on the accounts and those kind of things. So it wouldn't really, there would not be a need unless I was,
removed.
removed or not otherwise able to perform my duties.
Correct.
I was putting it nicely. Thanks, Marty.
Yeah, and then we'd need another custodian, right?
Right, that's right.
Okay.
Okay, is there any more discussion? Madam Secretary, call roll, please.
Ms. Demots.
Aye.
Mr. Grasky.
Aye.
Ms. Biggs.
Aye.
Mr. King,
Aye.
4 ayes.
All right, the last resolution on here is, as you know, the county just authorized the 1.5, did we authorize it already?
Yes.
Yeah, 1.5% one-time bonus for county employees, except for the employees who directly report to the board. And so this resolution does the same thing, but at the PSA level, it authorizes a 1.5 one-time bonus for all PSA authority employees, with the exception of employees who are part-time, which we only have one, and then who reports directly to the PSA board, and that would be the executive director. And that's effective July 1, so it'll be in their upcoming check.
If they approve it.
Condition upon approval, correct.
Is there a motion?
I'll motion approval of that.
Second.
Motion second. Any discussion? Madam Secretary, call roll, please.
Ms. Demont?
Aye.
Mr. Grasky?
Aye.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
4 ayes.
Next up is, I'll just do a broad, is any member have a report?
No.
Nope. Good.
Okay. At this time, we'll take a motion to go into closed session.
So moved.
Second.
Be it resolved, the Public Service Authority of Montgomery County, Virginia hereby enter into closed meeting for the purpose of discussing the following. Section 2.2-3711, discussion, consideration, or interview of prospective candidates for employment, assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salary, disciplinary, or resignation of specific officers, appointee, or employee of any public body, one director. Is there a motion?
We already did that. Yeah, I just need to call it. Yeah.
Call roll.
Aye.
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 Aye. We'll be in closed session. My closed session.
So moved.
Second.
Be it resolved that Montgomery County Public Service Authority hereby ends the closed meeting and returns to regular session. Certification of closed meeting.
We have to vote on the close first. So you just need to call the roll for that.
Ms. Demont?
Aye.
Mr. Grasky?
Aye.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Kitts?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Okay. Now do the certification.
Now do it.
Did she?
Whereas the Public Service Authority of Montgomery County has convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded. If you give me a minute, I can't, my letters is going together. My iPad went nuts.
Always happens at the worst time.
That's why I asked him to give me paper. Whereas the Public Service Authority of Montgomery County has convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provision of Virginia Freedom of Information Act. And whereas Section 2.2-3711 Code of Virginia requires a certification by board that such closed meetings was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved, the Public Service Authority of Montgomery County, Virginia hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matter lawfully exempt from open meeting requirements by Virginia laws were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification resolution applies. And two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion conveyed the closed meetings were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. Madam Secretary, call roll, please.
Ms. Demont?
Aye.
Mr. Grasky?
Aye.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Kitts?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
5 ayes.
I ask that the board consider a motion appointing county administrator as the interim PSA director effective August 1st, and would remain in that position until such time that the board takes further action, either to hire a replacement or take some other action.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Madam Secretary, call roll, please.
Ms. Demont?
Aye.
Mr. Grasky?
Aye.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Kitts?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
5 ayes.
With that being said, meeting adjourned.
Going to go ahead and call to order this meeting of the Montgomery County Board of Supervisors on Monday, July 14th. We'll start the meeting with a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance led by County Administrator Angie Hill. Angie?
Please rise as you're able for a moment of silence and join me in the pledge. Let us pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Angie. And I'm going to go ahead and note that Vice Chair Fidzikowski is not with us this evening. He is on a much-deserved trip and is unable to also join us remotely. So that's the reason for his absence tonight. And we'll go ahead and get started. We have a very exciting presentation this evening from our Parks and Recreation Department commemorating their 50th anniversary. And we have our entire Parks and Recreation team here with us, as well as several members of our Parks and Recreation Commission. I'm not sure who is introducing the video or if we want Mitchell to come up and say a few words. No.
Maybe Chris.
Yeah, we'll let Chris say something.
I'd be happy to. Our team in our Public Information and Community Engagement Office has worked so creatively to create this really cool 14-minute video that really highlights the history dating back 50 years of the Parks and Rec Department, from hiring one person to, of course, our entire team now that offers hundreds of programs, and we have hundreds and hundreds of acres of parkland and athletic fields, et cetera. So they put together this really, really cool video, and we'd like to share it with y'all.
Fabulous.
Is that good?
Excellent. Thank you.
It's something that gets me out of the house. Number one, it gets me out of the house.
Parks and Recreation really is important to our citizens and our visitors because it really enhances their quality of life.
I think it's important for the citizens of Montgomery County to have the opportunity to access all types of recreation.
There's way too much time being spent on devices these days. I think it's still important to get outside and be on a team.
I think we live in a pretty rad area. I just think this is a really great place to live.
Happy 50th anniversary, Parks and Recreation.
Happy 50th anniversary, Montgomery County Parks and Recs.
On May 29, 1975, the Montgomery County Board of Supervisors voted to establish the Montgomery County Parks and Recreation Department and allocated $68,400 for it. Today, our department has grown significantly. With an operating budget of $1.75 million annually, we proudly oversee over 90 sports teams, manage 12 parks and a community pool, and offer 209 programs like our summer camps, active adult activities, hiking trips, and kayaking adventures on the New River, just to name a few. Our success is contributed to the dedicated 13 full-time staff and 40-plus part-time seasonal staff we employ, as well as over 650 annual volunteers. It's been a journey of much progress and change, but our commitment to providing a great quality of life for our citizens and vital community resources remains strong, and we're still having fun after all these years.
We're still having fun after all these years.
My name is Mitchell Hawk. I'm the Recreation Director for Montgomery County Parks and Recreation. I wanted to work at Montgomery County Parks and Recreation because I knew when I started 18 years ago, there were challenges. I really love a challenge and look forward to the challenges on the years ahead. The staff at Montgomery County Parks and Recreation do a lot with a little. And I'm very proud of my staff because we all work as a team. We don't have titles. We work as a team.
Merry Christmas.
My name is Brad Buchanan. I'm the Parks and Outdoor Recreation Supervisor from Montgomery County, and I teach the outdoor recreation programs, and I also manage the maintenance of our county parks.
Brett Buchanan takes care of the outdoor activities for the senior programs. He does kayaking, rafting, cruising on the pontoon, hiking. We've even done a zip line. So there's a variety of stuff that Brad takes care of. He does a wonderful job.
Starting out as just the outdoor recreation supervisor, I ran the outdoor programs for many years, also running the camp program in the summertime. And as our park system grew, the job responsibilities kind of grew with it.
Building parks has been a Board of Supervisors initiative. When I started 18 years ago, we did not even have one lit ball field in the whole entire county. Now we have 10, which is awesome.
We started with one fella, but we also had one park. Mid-County Park was our original park. 8 parks is what we have all together. Mid-County Park, which is our largest park. It's just under 100 acres. We have that park, which incorporates our swimming pool, our disc golf courses, nature trails, picnic pavilions, and our activity building where our camp program is hosted. We have pocket parks throughout the county as well. We have a park in Plum Creek, which is a walking track, playground, baseball field, along with Motor Mile Park, which is a ball field and a playground. Down here at Eastmont Park, right here, we're on the very entrance to the Roanoke River Blueway right here. This park has a really nice nature trail, picnic pavilion, playgrounds. We also have McCoy Park, walking track, playground, really nice playground, probably a nice playground that we have. It's a recently new built playground. The Huckleberry Trail is also one of our parks, which incorporates also Coal Miners Park, which is a linear trail. Coal Miners Park's about 30 acres. It's got a nature trail, interpretive nature trail, talks about the history of the coal mining area. We also have our newest park, which is Creed Field Park, which is in Shawsville, just up the road here. That's a brand new park. It's got 2 baseball, softball fields. It's got a multi-purpose soccer, lacrosse, football field, and then another softball field, which was part of the original fields that were in the area. Playground, walking track, really nice walking track, plenty of parking, stuff like that. And then we have our newest park, which will be opening this summer, hopefully, called Teal Park, and that is in the Auburn area.
There's been a need for fields in Reiner for many years. The county purchased the land from the Teal family for a firehouse and park. I still can't believe the Board of Supervisors has done it. They have built what we've needed in Reiner for a while now.
It's going to have multi-use fields, 4 baseball fields, again, walking track, 2 different playgrounds, 3 shelters, 3 bathrooms. It's going to be a really nice park.
I think the importance of Montgomery County Parks and Recreations in general is just to get kids out and go play.
I'm Chris Slusher, and I'm the Athletic Supervisor for Montgomery County Parks and Recreation.
I'm in charge of everything youth sports related for the Auburn strand of Montgomery County.
Montgomery County Parks and Recreation offers, in the fall season,
youth football, youth cheerleading, fall baseball, and fall softball.
And in the winter season, we offer boys and girls basketball.
And in the spring season, we offer spring baseball and spring softball.
And in the summertime, we offer all-star baseball and all-star softball.
My name's Elijah Belcher. I'm 10 years old, and my favorite sport is football, and my favorite food is steak. In football, I won the Super Bowl in my first year ever playing. I'm an offensive lineman, so I was helping the quarterback. He actually got through on the other side of the line, so that wasn't me. But then the other receivers, when he caught the ball, they blocked for him, and then he scored the touchdown to win the game. I like tackling people. It's fun. My entire team and coaches are really nice, and they make it a lot easier. I just like playing sports.
When I started with Montgomery County Parks and Recreation, we had just joined Dixie Youth Baseball and Dixie Youth Softball. We've been very successful. With baseball, we've won 4 district titles and made 4 appearances at the state tournament. In softball, we've been very successful with 13 district titles.
And we won 3 Virginia State Championships and made 3 appearances at the Dixie Softball World Series.
In 2018, we left Dixie League and we joined Babe Ruth Softball and Cal Ripken Baseball. Since then, we've won 5 district titles in softball, including the 2021 state title. We're still looking for that first Cal Ripken baseball title, which hopefully will come soon.
Hi, my name is Ashley Haddidian. I'm the Eastern Montgomery and Prices Fork Athletic Supervisor. I oversee all aspects of youth athletics in those areas. Youth athletics began in 1976. We offered youth baseball, and we had 20 teams that participated that year. By 1982, our department grew, and we started offering all aspects of athletics: youth football, youth soccer. We offered basketball during the winter season, and then in the spring we had t-ball, baseball, and softball. I feel like our department, specifically athletics, we focus on the fun and fundamentals. We're focusing on learning and playing and not necessarily winning and losing aspects. We're here to make sure they have a fun, safe environment so they can play a game.
I'm Amanda Terry, and I am the Active Adult and Senior Recreation Supervisor for the county. I offer a wide variety of programs catered to ages 50 and above. We do anything from games and crafts to trips and tours. We go around all over the place and we stay really active.
Trial one. Trial one. It could be whatever they want to do, whether it's bingo or float or whatever. Try one time and then you're hooked.
So yeah, in 1986 they started doing senior programming specifically, and then in 1987 they actually took their first day trip to Kings Dominion. I believe that was actually offered for most ages, but over time it became a senior day trips and tours program. And actually my predecessor, Kim Villa, she laid the groundwork very well. She started out as a part-timer and worked her way into full-time and grew this position into what it is today. The senior games started out as, I guess, kind of an effort between community partners and community members. And they met as a large committee and they held them at the Dedman Center, I believe, once it was completed in 1981. But they started in 1978 and they have been going strong. We're coming up close to 50 years, but over the years, the local Parks and Rec departments took it over, which has allowed, I think, for a lot of growth and diversity, which is really nice.
The senior games is really a hoot. The senior games, I have participated in the senior games probably about 8 years. You can see the holes where I actually hit the target. And these are some of the medals that I got last year, 2025. In, let's see, I got a silver in riflery of the target, the BB gun. I got a silver in Frisbee. I got a gold in walk and a gold in 1 mile walk. And I got a gold in mini golf and a bronze in cornhole and croquet.
I tell people all the time, it's kind of like having like 100 extra grandmas and grandpas. They all have different personalities, just like you would expect, and they're all very different people. Montgomery County is a very diverse area, and just working with seniors in general is just so fun. They have a lot of experience. They teach me stuff all the time. They make me laugh so often. And I hope I teach them a little bit, within what they teach me, but they are exceptional to work with, and they always speak so highly of me, and I just, you know, I try not to get a big head, but I will always cherish getting to work with them.
Oh, Lord, I'll never get up. Help.
My name is Kelsey Delp, and I am the Aquatics and Community Program Supervisor. For Montgomery County Parks and Rec, we are the only outdoor public pool in Montgomery County, so you don't have to have a membership to come to the frog pond. You can just pay the daily fee and come in. The original pool was built in 1976. It was originally called Mid-County Swimming Pool, which was an L-shaped pool with just lap lanes and then a diving well that had one low diving board and then a high dive.
Many years ago, the county pool was approximately 360,000 gallons. The pool literally popped out of the ground and insurance monies paid for the frog pond.
So we have the 2 tube slides. The blue one's brand new to this year, and then we've had the yellow one for a little while. We also have a frog slide for the younger kids and a mushroom that pours water off of it, and then we also have a kiddie pool as well. We had around 27,000 people who attended the Frog Pond last summer. It's always been a passion of mine to get kids and adults alike outside and kind of away from technology and back to nature. So I think having Parks and Recreation programs in the community does that.
So one great way to celebrate 50 years of service for our Parks and Recreation Department is to really look at the future. The county is starting a Parks and Recreation master plan where we'll engage the public and really focus on the next 20 years of where should we be invested? What are the needs of the community? How do we highlight and really focus on the amenities that we have?
One of my favorite parts of the job is getting to work with our officials. I feel like they do a lot for us as a department, the community, and the youth. We love and appreciate everything they do for not only our department, but all the communities in the New River Valley, and the parents and the children.
The volunteers are huge for our department. You know, we have such a large volunteer program. Without that, we wouldn't be able to touch everything.
Just a really big thank you for everybody that organizes the trips and that allow these Parks and Recs to be developed. If you can't find something that you enjoy, then something's wrong with you.
We're still having fun after all these years.
We are still having fun after all these years.
We're still having fun after all these years.
We're still having fun after all these years. Yeah.
Was fantastic. Maybe you guys can all make yourselves available in the lobby for autographs since you're going to be movie stars now. Angie, you also had something that you wanted to say.
Thank you, Chair DeMotts. I just wanted to thank all of the team of Parks and Rec people that are here this evening. The first time I saw the video, it just blew me away. I know the public relation and community engagement team had so much to do with that, and they did a great job with it. But you guys are so dedicated to what you do, and I've known some of you a short time, and some of you, our hair has changed different colors or gotten different amounts. I don't know. But I think that the vision that is shown in this video is so important, and the commitment the Board of Supervisors has made to Parks and Rec over the years, and like Mitchell said, it's grown so much, and we're just so proud to have that in our community, and I'm so proud to have the team of Parks and Rec folks that take such good care of their participants. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you. So we've got another Parks and Rec item on our agenda, so we'll move to that, and then I know the board members will have some words to say in the discussion on that item. And then for our Parks and Rec Commission members that have joined us, after we finish the action on the resolution, if you guys wouldn't mind, we would love to take another picture with you guys in it. So just hang around for just a few minutes and we'll all come around to take a picture with you. The next item on our agenda, and this is a little unusual in presentation, but we wanted to do it here while we still are talking about Parks and Rec, is the resolution celebrating 50 years. And I am going to read this resolution, so please do bear with me. This is a proclamation, Montgomery County Parks and Recreation Department 50th anniversary. Whereas the Montgomery County Parks and Recreation Department was formally established in the year 1975 with initial funding appropriated by the Montgomery County Board of Supervisors as part of the fiscal year 1975-76 budget. And whereas the year 2025 marks the 50th anniversary of the department's founding, providing an opportunity to recognize and celebrate 5 decades of steadfast service to the citizens of Montgomery County. And whereas, over the past half-century, the Montgomery County Parks and Recreation Department has grown to encompass more than 225 acres of public parkland, hiking trails, athletic fields, and recreational facilities, including those for cheerleading, football, flag football, basketball, t-ball, softball, baseball, soccer, lacrosse, disc golf, and aquatics at the Frog Pond Pool. And whereas the Parks and Recreation Department has consistently fostered youth development through its diverse offerings, providing structured, inclusive environments that promote physical wellness, encourage teamwork, and support personal growth. And whereas Montgomery County Parks and Recreation has further enriched the community through a broad spectrum of adult and senior programming, including enrichment activities and senior wellness initiatives such as arts and crafts, theater excursions, kayaking and rafting outings, social engagements, and the New River Valley Senior Games. And whereas the Parks and Recreation Department's commitment to lifelong learning is evident in its annual educational programs, which include boater and hunter safety courses, CPR and first aid training, babysitting certification, summer camps, and swimming instruction. And whereas since 2013, the Parks and Recreation Department has demonstrated environmental stewardship through its leadership in the Renew the New Cleanup Initiative, uniting community volunteers in the preservation of the New River through the removal of substantial amounts of debris and waste. And whereas since the year 2000, Montgomery County Parks and Recreation has proudly supported the Rowdy Dog Mountain Bike Race, the Commonwealth of Virginia's longest continuously running event of its kind, thereby promoting outdoor recreation and regional engagement. And whereas for 5 decades, the Montgomery County Parks and Recreation Department has served with unwavering dedication, enhancing the quality of life for residents of all ages through innovative programs, accessible services, and an enduring commitment to excellence. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Montgomery, Virginia, does hereby recognize and commemorate the 50th anniversary of the Montgomery County Parks and Recreation Department and extends its deepest appreciation to the department's leadership, staff, volunteers, and community partners for their exceptional service and lasting contributions to the well-being of Montgomery County. Be it further resolved that the Board of Supervisors pledges its continued support for the mission of the Montgomery County Parks and Recreation Department in the belief that its legacy of public service will endure for generations to come. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All right. Now we get discussion, and I am going to reserve my comments for last, so I will let my colleagues say a few words, and I'm going to start with Supervisor Mary Biggs.
Well, this is gonna put me back in history, and Marty, you might have to help me with a name. But when I first got on the Board of Supervisors is when that pool had all the cracks, and we had a discussion. It was a pretty conservative board, and we had a discussion about should we fix the pool, which would be very expensive, or should we do something different? So at that time, Montgomery County only had a part-time engineer. And Marty, wasn't his name Marty O'Malley, something like that. He was retired engineer from somewhere else, and he worked here part-time. So he came to our board with the idea of the frog pond. And if you knew the board back then, like I said, they're very conservative in their thinking, but he had the foresight to sell it to us. And it was sort of a different kind of recreational project than we would probably have considered. And boy, has that thing been popular the whole time. I mean, even took my kids there when I taught at Harding Avenue. Which brings me to the second part of this. I started teaching at Harding Avenue in 1978, and never did I think that one of my students, Mitchell, became the director of Parks and Rec in Montgomery County. So that's a little bit of history for you. So I really appreciate everything you do. I cannot believe what we have now in the county compared to when I first started. I mean, it is absolutely incredible, and how we have staff to actually work with it. So congratulations to you all. Thank you for everything you do. We really appreciate each and every one of you.
Supervisor Grafsky?
Yeah, so obviously my history doesn't go quite as far back as Supervisor Biggs. But I can say that since living here in the New River Valley, we have taken plenty of opportunities to enjoy not just the parks, but also the services. We've I've spent many hours on sidelines at ball games, at some of our parks, cooled off lots of summers at the Frog Pond with the kids. And I'm just so appreciative of these awesome assets that we have for our communities, for our visitors. I loved the part of the video where we showed just this continuum of programs that we have for everybody, from our young kids to our seniors. And I love that it's keeping people engaged. It's getting those groups together, and you get to hear those stories and have those experiences. So I'm just grateful for our great staff, for this great department. Thank you all.
Supervisor King?
Well, I'd just like to say I appreciate each and every one of you. I know years ago, when my boys was young, I used to coach football and t-ball and all that. And it's amazing how you can sit back and see how Parks and Rec has grown. But it couldn't grow without the staff at Parks and Rec. And that's what makes Montgomery County a wonderful place to live and work, is the people likes to be engaged. And it's just it's so humbling to see how hard y'all work for the citizens of Montgomery County. And for that, I do personally appreciate it. Thank you.
Supervisor Kitts?
So one of the biggest things when we moved back to this area, the Army sent me back here to teach at Virginia Tech. And we weren't sure where we were going to live. We were looking at Radford, we were looking at Christiansburg, we were looking at the rest of the county. And when the Parks and Rec program, because my daughter was big into soccer at the time, it was very important for us to find a place where she knew she could succeed. And that was one of the biggest reasons that we stayed here. Even though I was born and raised in the area, it made a big difference. And all of you had a hand in that. All of you had a hand in us staying here. And I don't know if that's a good thing for you or not, but it was a big deal because that was important. Coming from a military community where sports was really pushed, to be able to know that you have that support and to be able to have those facilities, that's a big deal. That's a big reason why a lot of people come here. So I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you. I haven't had a chance to meet all of you, but I'm very appreciative, and I know the children in this area are too. So thank you very much.
Supervisor Ben?
I also want to thank you for all that you do. I don't think any of us could imagine exactly what you do, but it's magical, not just for us, but for the residents of our county. And what you do brings a lot of life experiences to people and changes people's lives in a positive manner. So keep up your awesome work. I also want to shine the spotlight on Miss April DeMotts and her enthusiastic support and participation with the commission, as well as all of our employees when she can, and thank all of the commission members for all of your efforts. It's a team effort, and I think it's shown to be very, very successful. Thank you so much.
That was a great segue. I couldn't have teed that up any better. So, as the liaison for the Board of Supervisors to the Parks and Rec Commission, it has been my honor and privilege to work with all of you, to get to know all of you, and I'm getting a little choked up just thinking about it. I sincerely enjoy just being part of such a dedicated and wonderful group of individuals that's serving the community, but also operating so well together in that service. So we could not have gotten to 50 wonderful years with huge expansions, at every milestone along the way without every one of you sitting there, including all of our commission members. We're just so fortunate to have all of you and to call all of you part of the Montgomery County family. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. It is just a joy to be a part of things with you. So, that being said, I don't want to cry up here, so I'm going to ask Madam Clerk if you'll call the roll, please.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Mr. Kitts?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Grafsky?
Aye.
Chair DeMotts?
Aye.
6 ayes.
Okay, and if you guys will give us just a couple of minutes, we're going to walk around and just take a quick picture with our commission members. And the staff. You don't get to escape it. Straighten those chairs over there, Mark.
Y'all are doing like the G. Got your watches out.
I can't do it all. He's still got more coming. Shares here, behave.
We want to do one with just the commission members first. And I guess I should come in. You should.
Yeah, I can put it down there.
Thank you for putting us at the beginning of the meeting.
That's why we did the resolution the way we did.
April, do you remember the first time I met you when you signed up for one of our kayak classes? Do you remember that?
With my son and my mom. Yep. Thanks, guys. We lost Chris. Okay. Okay. Thank you all for indulging us in a few extra minutes to take that picture with the commission. We really appreciate it. I'm sorry, Mr. Clark, but you have to follow that. We have our next presentation tonight is Virginia Department of Transportation. And hopefully you've got a 14-minute fun video for us to watch. Welcome, sir. Thank you for being here.
It's just VDOT trucks pushing snow. So it's just a big whiteout, yeah. Hopefully, I don't have to worry about that. I shouldn't have even said that. Currently, we're chasing storms around of a different kind. Since it's summertime, we chase rainstorms around now. And anyone in the Plum Creek area, Route 11 area, just saw some big ones. Well, I can't remember which day it was. It was just last Thursday or Thursday before that. And so had a lot of work to do there. Mud Pike, Plum Creek Route 11, Gate Road, Fire Tower Road. got hit pretty hard, and just spotty places, maybe not as dramatic as that. We've been kind of working on a lot of storms like that. The big project, maintenance project, I'd like to say thank you to the people on Lake Run and Norris Run for the several weeks we had that closed, but we got 4 very large pipes in, concrete head wall built, and had to do that before the road is going to get an overlay, and that way we won't have to dig those up again. And it worked out well. We didn't get a lot of complaints. Everyone understood and was very good about that. We're currently working on another kind of big, large project on Route 8. It's just a slope thing, but we're flagging traffic. It's near Camp Carriesbrook Road, right where Camp Carriesbrook comes into Route 8. Cutting back a slope for some sight distance improvements there that'll help coming north from Floyd on Route 8 as you get around that curve. And it turns out there was a pipe, inlet end of a pipe that was buried pretty deep, so we're uncovering that so that drainage will help on that. Other than that, it's been machining, the gravel roads, some patching here and there, some mowing, a lot of different things like that, just kind of normal maintenance things. We've started getting right of way for the next phase of Taylor Hollow Road. Talked to the Walters who have property there, the Yearwoods who have property there. And we're getting a design that's going to work with all of them and save some of the trees and stuff like that are along there and keep that a rural rustic road. And that's kind of the definition of rural rustic is what Taylor Hollow is going to look like. So we're working on that. Saw a couple board members last week at a Montgomery Chamber of Commerce breakfast. I was on the panel for the infrastructure committee and talked a little bit about VDOT stuff that this board all knows about, but not a lot of people outside of kind of our area know what VDOT entails. And of course, the big question that is they don't care so much about gravel roads at the Chamber of Commerce. They care about what's going on 81. And so we actually have, I meant to mention, I don't know that I did, there's a meeting in Salem this Thursday, at the Civic Center from 5 to 7 to take comments on the next phases of 81. There are ways to, if you go to the Improve 81 study page online, you can submit comments online, and you can email it. So you can find a lot of that on the 81 page, but if anyone wants to go down to the public meeting, it's 5 o'clock, starts at 5 at the Civic Center in Salem. And I believe that's all I have as far as updates go.
Okay, great. Well, I know we'll have some questions for you
Yeah.
this evening, so I'm going to start with Supervisor Bone.
So I was offering up the 6-year plan or the Taylor Hollow money because it didn't sound from the last time that you were here that much was going to be done that was going to be using money for that project, that maybe some other project could get done this year, since Taylor Hollow sounded like it was going to happen next year. But if that's possible, great. If it's not,
Yeah, we may be able to do it. It's we were really concerned about how the right of way was going to go, but we've got our staff. We employ some consultants too that are helping us in all 4 of our counties to go ahead and do a lot of the preliminary work. So even it may sound like we're working on mainly one at a time, but we're looking at several of them now. The next ones that the board passed in the most recent resolution, we'll just go right down that list and catch several of them. So I'll let you all know how it goes with the next ones.
it just seems to me that if the money is available this year and we're not going to use it all for Taylor Hollow, that maybe it can be used for something else high up on the list.
Yeah, well, they all are. They will all take time. We're probably a little ahead even on Taylor Hollow, so it's probably the most efficient one to go forward with. They don't do it the way they used to, which is put money in accounts for specific projects now. Until you're ready to go with one, it's kind of kept just in a kind of a generic countywide account code, and it's almost all unpaid road money. And what we can do is, since some of it is Telefee money, if there are some small construction projects that would not necessarily be 6-year plan, but they're not on an unpaved road. We could use some of the Taylor Hollow money, that's the telecommunication fee part of that, and use it on something else. So
Okay.
we'll keep our eye open for
Please
something like
do.
that.
And I wanted to understand, when you get notified for potholes and things like that, and I mean, how much time should we allow you to do your job before we follow back up and say, hey, Mount Tabor's still, the big potholes that I mentioned a month and a half ago
Yeah.
still aren't done. Nellie's Cave at the top, the potholes that you filled are now coming undone, and there are more potholes
Yeah,
there.
it depends on the area and what each crew is working on. And we had such a large project in the Blacksburg area for those pipe that took a lot. So we probably weren't doing a lot of pothole patching in the northern part of Montgomery. It depends on what the crew is doing. We try to be as efficient as possible. It's hard to, patch potholes one day, cut brush the next day, mow the next day. You just do a hodgepodge of things during a week. We're much more efficient when we can,
Stay
buy
focused
in
on
bigger
something.
bulk.
Yeah.
For patching potholes, we're going to patch potholes all week, stuff like that.
Great, that's all I had. Thank you.
And a reminder never hurts. So don't take it personally. And sometimes I appreciate a reminder.
Supervisor Kitts.
So my two big things, and I've actually got a couple emails on this one because people are starting to complain about the light at Price's Fork and Pepper's Ferry. During that afternoon block, it's still 15, 16 cars deep at any given time, right between 4:30 and 6. It's a smaller time period, but I'm just ballparking.
Yeah.
But I've had a couple more emails actually than me. I drive up and down that road every day. So the other thing was the warning sign. I think that's coming in real soon.
It is. We have a contract for those. Yep.
So that's a win. So
Yeah.
I am good. Just get that light looked at. And
Yeah, and I'll look at those. I'll sit through the lights. Sometimes it's not necessarily how many deep it is. If they all get through, it's okay. But if you're sitting through 2 cycles, that should be something we can work on.
Okay, but yeah, it's just, like I said, it's all the way up to the crest of the hill as you go towards Radford, and it backs all the way up past the school up to the crest of the hill. So if you crest the hill, there's a chance.
Yeah.
But it's only during a specific time window in the evening. It's not
Okay.
any other time. It's just that one window. So, but thank you very much.
Sure.
Supervisor King.
Just have a couple of things. I believe we sent you an email on Walton Road on the
Yeah, I've
drainage.
got. There's several things. Walton Road drainage, Gate Road needs some work. There's a couple of those. Yeah, we're working on all of that.
Okay, all right, thank
I
you.
haven't forgotten Walton. I haven't forgotten Gate.
All right, and got an email from a gentleman out on Pineywood Road on the big part that was just paved here a while back, several years ago.
Yeah.
It widened the road and all this, about speed limit sign. Could you kind of explain how the speed limit signs get changed and who authorizes them?
Yeah, we'll take requests for speed studies to do a speed limit, either establish a speed limit on a current unpaved road or change a speed limit on a road that's already got a posting. But that has to be done through our VDOT's traffic engineering section. By law, speed limits have to be done with a recognized speed study by a professional engineer. It has to be signed and sealed, just like any kind of structure would be. That request, while we often will ask that a speed limit request come through the board, that just tells us that the board kind of endorses that, because one of the things about speed limits is that you can put a speed limit on a road and make one person happy, the person who requested it, and you might make everyone else on the road mad that there's now a speed limit that may not be, appropriate, or everything was fine, there were no wrecks. And that's what our traffic engineering section looks at. They'll post a speed, and this is traffic engineering theory and practice from years and years and years, is that they'll take a sampling of speeds over several days, graph it, and it tends to fall in kind of a bell curve kind of graph, where you have a majority of them clustered in the middle. You have some that drive very, very slow, some that drive very, very fast. And the best speed limit, now other factors aside, the best speed limit to set is at the 85th percentile. In other words, the speed at which 85% of the travelers are going at or less than, assuming that there's 15% of just crazy people that are driving. That percentage may be more on 81. I'm not sure if that psychology may not, work anymore. But that's generally what the thing is. And the reason is, like I said, 81 aside, there is a maximum on 81. Subdivisions, you don't have that bell curve because any kind of business or subdivision where it's set low for specific reasons. But given kind of free flow traffic, you'll have a range of speeds, and most people just will drive if they're used to the road. If they've been driving the road a lot, habitual drivers of the road, they know what speed they can drive it safely, and people will generally drive it. And we kind of count on people just to drive, at a safe speed. You can't have police officers on every road all the time running radar. So we kind of count on our fellow drivers to drive at reasonable speeds. And we don't want to set an artificially low speed limit in case there is enforcement in there and someone driving what they have always considered a safe speed is now, they're now getting a ticket for. So a lot of that goes into the study of a traffic engineering study to set a speed limit. That said, so the board can't set a speed limit. VDOT sets the speed limit. VDOT has to set it after a traffic engineering study, which has to be signed off on by a professional engineer. Even towns where VDOT does, like Blacksburg, Christiansburg, who have their own road maintenance system, by law, if they set a speed limit outside of a residential or business zone, which is a statutory speed that's already set by law, they're supposed to, by law, do a speed study, either hire a consultant or have one of their staff engineers who's qualified to perform the speed study. So it's not just VDOT that has to do it that way. It's by law that any municipality or government agency setting a speed limit, if it's outside what's described as a residential or business zone in law, which would be 25 or 35, then it has to be done with a speed study.
Thank you.
I rambled a bit for that, but that was kind of off the cuff. So,
how often would they do a speed study?
They like to do them. I mean, if they get requests, if something hasn't changed, they don't see a need to redo the speed limit. If there's been an increase in traffic for some reason, an increase in accidents for some reason, they'll look at the police reports on accidents to see what's been causing accidents. If it's deer or something like that, they factor out the ones that wouldn't be related to speed. So they look at some accident data, probably a minimum of a couple of years.
Well,
if nothing has changed.
Have been an increase in traffic. We could see if we could do another study out there on that one.
Okay, is that posted now? That should have been, well, that wasn't done as a rural rustic, I don't believe. So
No.
rural rustics, again, by law, automatically get a 35.
Yeah, I think that was
at the highest. They do the study, and it could warrant a 25 on rural rustic.
I think the big part on Piney Woods was some of the federal money.
Yes, it was. Yeah, we were able to use federal money for that. So it may not have been posted, but I can't remember now if it's posted or not. So the study would be either to establish a speed limit where there is none right now on Piney Woods Road, or I can't imagine it was not posted. It might be posted 45. So you'd be looking at trying to post it for different speed than 45 if it's posted that way.
If you would look into that, see if we could post that about 45.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you.
Supervisor Grassley, anything?
Just a couple of things. One, wanted to say thank you. I think it was about a week or so after you were last with us, and I was driving Merrimack, and right there where you get to that single lane bridge by the old water treatment facility headed towards Price's Fork, it was pretty overgrown, and cars were coming off that curb. And before I could even get you an email, the next time I drove it, it had been cut back.
Got that. Oh.
So thank you for getting that stuff taken care of. My only other question was wondering if you had the opportunity to get out on Mount Zion 3360, where they've got some old pipe that's sitting in the, I guess it's kind of a stream or a creek that runs off that property. But then also, when I was out there visiting those residents, the culvert, which it looked like it had been replaced on the other side of the road, but at theirs, the inlet looked like it was still old.
At which spot is this?
It's 3360 Mount Zion Road.
Is that fairly close to Brooksfield?
Yeah. It's
Okay,
right
I
off.
know the property.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, we had chatted about that and about removing the old pipe that is just sitting there.
Yeah.
And then looking at the existing culvert, because like I said, on the inlet side, it looks like it was maybe not replaced when they redid the road at Mount Zion.
I thought, well, I haven't gotten down and looked really closely at that. I've looked at it from above.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's probably intact, but it's not the tops that tend to rust out, it's the bottoms. So you really need to get down and then look at them.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Appreciate it.
Supervisor Biggs?
I wanted to compliment you on the job you did do at the chamber, and especially the update on 81. And for those folks listening tonight or maybe tuning into the meeting at another time, you want to just sort of give a brief summary of what's going to happen next so that people know.
It's, I don't know if I have my notes for that, but the next projects, let me see if I didn't keep that. I do have my notes for that. So right now, of course, the 81, the work that's going on there is from exit 137 in West Salem to 140. The next will be 143, which is the exit, the 581 exit to 150 in Botetourt County, the Troutville, Daleville exit. It'll begin this fall, but that's kind of misleading because that's a project that is a design build kind of project. So first of all, they got to do a lot of design work. They're going to be turning dirt then. The project after that will be from the Roanoke exit at 128, just south of the rest area, to where the current one begins in West Salem at exit 137. That'll also be late this year, so they're staggered a bit, but they're almost simultaneous. And then the one that will be the mountain is going to be much later. Well, it looks like much later. It's not that long ago. 2030 just seems like so long in the future from now, but it's really not. But that's the date on that one to start. And that's, again, starting the process of right-of-way and design and things like that.
So back to your comment about relying on fellow drivers. Relying on fellow drivers on 81 seems like there's going to need to be some patience, as we go through this. I know we get a lot of out-of-state ones, but people get impatient on that road. And my only other question is, how old is VDOT? When do we get to celebrate your anniversary?
VDOT had its 100-year anniversary several years ago. VDOT started in, I guess it was a long time ago. VDOT started in the early 1900s. Of course, we just had primary roads back then. One that would be coming up would be the 100th. I guess we got 7 years for the 100th anniversary of the county getting rid of their secondary roads and giving them to VDOT to maintain. A lot of them haven't changed. That was in 1932. There was the Byrd Act in the Virginia legislature. The state offered to take the secondary system from the counties, which they were all county roads at the time. And so now, I mentioned a little bit of this in that meeting with they asked us to name something a little unique about your agency or your company. And VDOT has the third largest state-maintained highway system in the country, behind North Carolina and Texas. A good bit behind North Carolina, but still. And that's because we maintain the secondary system. A lot, if you go, especially in the Northeast, you'll have townships that maintain their roads, kind of like Christiansburg and Blacksburg do. But in there, every little township may have their own roads, so it's not the state of whatever who's maintaining it. So here, VDOT has everything from if it's outside of a city or a town, a large town, whether it be a subdivision street or gravel road or some of the secondaries in Roanoke County are pretty large and have a lot of traffic on them. VDOT maintains them. One of the largest counties for state-maintained roads is Chesterfield County around Richmond because of the explosion of subdivisions and stuff like that. And they're in the county. Two counties opted out, and that was Arlington County and Henrico County. Henrico near Richmond, Arlington up in Northern Virginia. They didn't take us up on the deal, so they maintained their own secondaries. Every other county, VDOT maintains all the secondary roads outside of the large cities and towns.
Thank you.
Okay, and I don't have any questions, but I did want to ask if you could stay in the room for just a couple of minutes. We have a budget hearing directly following this presentation, and then public address. And I know we have somebody in public address that's bringing some road concerns up.
Okay, I'd be glad
so if you
to.
could just stay a few minutes
Yep.
to listen to that, I'd appreciate
glad
it.
to. Mhm.
Thank you. Okay, and as promised, we're going to public hearings next. Our only public hearing this evening is a fiscal year 2025-2026 budget amendment. Angie, did you have anything you wanted to say about this before we open the public hearing?
Yes, this public hearing is to adopt or pass some resolutions this evening to adjust our budget and amend the budget more than 1% of the total budget. And we do this at the first meeting in July of every year to carry over funds from the previous year. So it's pretty standard, and the items are listed in the agenda for that topic. Hold on. What? It includes grants, donations, carryover, as I said, encumbrances, which are purchase orders, one-time county projects, and some county capital projects or funds that were not completed at year end.
Okay. Well, let's have the public hearing now, and then because it's a new business item as well, if everybody's okay with it, we can ask questions at that time if there's any questions. Okay, so I will go ahead and open the public hearing on the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget amendment. I did not have anybody sign up to speak at this public hearing on this topic, but if there is anybody that would like to speak on this topic, please come forward now. Seeing nobody come forward, I'm going to close that public hearing, and we're going to move to public address. And I would ask if we could put the guidelines for public address on the screens around the room. I did have somebody sign up for public address in advance. That's Miss Susan Miller. If you want to come forward, and you will have 4 minutes. Please state your name and where you reside. And then after Ms. Miller has finished, we'll see if anybody else in the audience wants to come forward and speak during public address.
One at a time. Okay.
Yep, you can just choose these arrows.
Okay, that's the first one. Okay, thank you. Sorry. I'm
Welcome, Ms. Miller.
Technologically challenged.
And then we'll have the timer there. You have 4 minutes. When it turns yellow, it means you've got 1 minute left.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak, Chairman DeMotts, Ms. Hill, and I want to thank Todd King for doing all that he could with our problem. I'm here tonight to ask for help with the drainage problem at the street end of our driveway at 3065 Mud Pike Road. First, let me say that Ms. Hill and Mr. King have done everything that they wanted to do and to try to help us. But as we have rainwater draining from a driveway up the road on the Mud Pike, and we live at 3065, which is sort of at the bottom of a little hill, rainwater, when it comes, and I have pictures for that to show you in a minute, doesn't go through the drain pipe under the driveway. It comes back into our cattle guard. And our cattle guard is 5 feet deep originally. It's now 1 foot deep with the infill of water and silt that has come over the last, I would say, 5 or 6 years. I've lived there for over 40 years, and we didn't used to have this problem. But this is a picture of where the drain pipe, the water can't get through because that's what it looks like. The mailboxes are there, and you can see the path of the water coming down the road a little bit. And then it goes over to the drain pipe. There's the cattle guard, full of water. And again, another picture of the cattle guard and the drainage that's going down the driveway. And you can see the residue there on the side going into the cattle guard that really shouldn't be there. and is part of our problem. I took a picture of this the Thursday that we had the very hard rain, and you can see where the water is draining from the other side of the road across to the ditch by our mailboxes, and then it comes down to the drainage ditch. And again, I want to remind you that the cattle guard originally was 5 feet deep, and it's now 1 foot deep. And what will happen is the cattle will not think they're stepping into a hole, and they will get on the highway, on the mud pike, and who knows what happens after that. I can't speak to that, but it really does concern me. I think I have one more picture. Nope, that was all. But again, I'll review. That's the water coming across the road from the driveway it is across from us. There's our cattle guard after rain, and there's the real one after big rain. And you can see it coming down by the mailboxes, and that's the end of the pipe where the water should be draining. About 3 years ago, maybe more, maybe 4, VDOT came and dug the ditch that water travels in, the water pathway, all the way down to the farm on the other side of us, and they stopped. And then they started from Tyler and came down towards us that way and stopped where Sherry and Alan Burke live on the mud pike, which is 4 doors away from us. So, from 30, 29, whatever, mud pike, up to 35 maybe, we have a problem, and it needs to be repaired. And I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. We'll give just a moment for some transition. And now, since Ms. Miller was the only person that we had on our sign-up sheet, is there anybody else here this evening that would like to come forward? Mr. Miller? Welcome, sir.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board, Ms. Hill, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Robert Miller. I live at 3065 Mud Pike Road. Bit of history. Before there was an 81, there was US 11, which used to be called the Lee Highway. And before that, there was the Mud Pike, and that was called a segment of the Wilderness Road. Sometimes it still is. In 1958, my father and I built new cattle guards on the farm. My father believed in permanence. Each cattle guard was 14 feet long, 8 feet wide, and 5 feet deep, made out of 6-inch poured concrete walls with railroad rails. They continue to serve well, except for the one at the end of our driveway, which intersects with the Mud Pike Road. In the last 5 years, silt from the ditches along the Mud Pike, which have not been maintained, have flowed into that cattle guard, reducing it, as the previous speaker spoke, from 5 feet deep to 1 foot deep. When it gets to 0 feet deep, we're all in big trouble. Without replacing the cattle guard, I don't see how the problem can be remedied. I had, with the intervention of Mr. King, 3 folks from VDOT came. One gentleman came and it was raining hard and he couldn't get out of his truck. The next gentleman came and it was very, very dry and he said he didn't see any water, and nor did I. Mr. Jesse Miller came, discussed a plan for remediating the problem. They cleaned out the ditch on the downside of our cattle guard, which didn't help our problem, which comes from the upper side. With the fact that I have spoken now with our engineers locally, with a member of the Salem Residency Office, I see no other remediation unless I speak with a friend of mine who serves on the Commonwealth Transportation Board. I would rather we solve this problem locally, and I appreciate your assistance in helping me. Thank you, Mr. King.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to come forward during public address? Okay, seeing nobody else come forward, we're going to close public address. And let me let my computer catch up to me. We do not have an addendum this evening, so is there a motion to go into work session?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Madam Clerk, if you'll call the roll, please.
Mr. Kitts?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Grafsky?
Aye.
Ms. Spohn?
Aye.
Chair DeMotts?
Aye.
6 ayes.
Thank you. We have 3 items to discuss during work session this evening. The first item of discussion is our county capital improvement plan.
Yes, Mark's going to come forward this evening and present this to you at the June 9th and again at the joint meeting with the schools on June 30th. Mark presented some information for you tonight. We're just going to present the financial aspect of that shows it's pretty much is the budget for the capital improvement plan. And what we're also passing around is a draft of the proposed capital improvement program. We'll let you review that, and then we plan to bring that plan back at the next board meeting, hopefully for your approval. And then we will, we're going to handle the appropriations for the capital projects fund a little bit differently this year than we have in the past. Typically, we roll the balances in the fund over at this meeting for all the projects. And so we roll the small items that aren't really in the capital improvement plan and what's left in the plan from the year before. This year, we're going to roll those small items tonight. We're going to request that of you, and then at our next meeting, we'll have an appropriation that will be for the entire plan, so it will make a little bit more sense when we compare those items. So I'll turn it over to Mark, and if you have any questions, please let us know.
Okay, so tonight I just have a quick presentation on the fiscal year 26 to 30 CIP. As Ms. Hill indicated, staff presented the CIP at the June 9th board meeting and then again at the June 30th joint meeting with the school board. And so what I'm going to show you is a little bit more detail than what you received in that presentation. So tonight's presentation shows a detail by year for each project that is contained in the CIP for fiscal year 26 through fiscal year 30. And what this slide shows is each project and the estimated cost. Total project costs are $92.7 million over the 5-year window between 26 and 30. And then when you add in the prior year budget amounts, the total plan is $127.3 million. And what I'll say about this is, these are cost estimates, and so we're pretty comfortable with the first couple years because they're near, and so we have a pretty good handle. When you start getting into the out years of the CIP, some of those estimates may change as, capital project costs are more expensive in the out years, and so we'll just say that the cost estimates on the front end are a little bit more closer to reality. The ones in the out years are probably a little bit softer as far as what we know at this point. Total cost of the projects are $127.3 million. On this next slide, I'm showing the project funding sources. And as I talked at the last meeting, those funding sources include bond funds, ARPA funds, cash to capital, and grant funds. Included tonight is a booklet of the proposed CIP for your review and approval. And then, as Ms. Hill had indicated, the appropriation of CIP funds will be presented for approval at the July 28th board meeting. And that's all I have this evening.
Okay.
Glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mark. Let's see if board members have any questions. I'm going to start, nobody is looking at me. I'm going to start with Supervisor Grafsky.
Thanks. Actually, just one quick question on this slide on the funding sources. Can you just help me, additional county cash to capital? Could you just give me little
Yeah, so
definition on that.
if you look at the budget document, there's two things I'll point out here. One is there's not a one-for-one relationship between the funding sources and the monies that are coming in, so you'll see some discrepancy there. And the reason for that is when we issue bonds, let's say, we'll issue $10 million in bonds, we'll appropriate all that money up front, and then the use of that money gets used over several years. So you're going to see project costs that stretch out where the appropriation occurred in prior years. As far as what I'm trying to show here is the cash to capital ties back to the operating budget. So if you go back and look at the operating budget, you will see that there's $3.1 million that gets appropriated in pennies. That's the penny values each year. And so the county cash to capital, that's the actual transfer from the general fund that ties back to the operating budget. So if you went and pulled the operating budget and you looked at fiscal year 26, you would see $5,047,150, and that would be in our operating budget for this year. The other monies that say additional cash to capital are monies that get appropriated outside of that yearly appropriation. So we had monies that were appropriated in prior years up to $30 million, and then we have additional monies. Those monies that you see in 26 are actually a transfer that you're going to receive next week out of the debt service fund and an appropriation of debt service proceeds that will make up that $7.9 million.
I think it's debt service interest, right?
It's what's in the
Right.
fund balance, yes.
We've earned some interest on our bond proceeds that we issued $10 million worth of bonds when the Christiansburg High School bonds were issued, so we have some interest to appropriate for that. And then, as Mark said, we currently are not using all of our debt service funding on the county side for debt, so we do fund some additional cash to capital projects with that. That's what the $3,079,000 is.
Fantastic. All right, thank you.
Okay. Still nobody's looking at me except for Supervisor King.
Still need to look this over and ponder on a little bit, but on the one that says fire and rescue capital equipment, $1.8 million.
Yeah, that's the 1.5 pennies of the tax rate that is earmarked each year. That goes to the Fire and Rescue Commission and they distribute it. So on tonight's new business, you'll actually have a resolution to distribute that money based on the recommendations of the Fire and Rescue Commission.
Okay, just want to point out to the rest of the board, if you look at that column there all the way across, it never goes up. Vehicles are going up, everything's going up. These columns here never went up any. That's something we need to look at.
They go up slightly when the penny value increases, but because we can't, the penny value on the real estate tax, but it's not a lot. You're right. There's not a significant increase over time. And if that's something that the board would like to, it's not showing on this because we don't know what the increases will be, but if you wanted us to program in an increase, we could do that.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Bone?
Going back to the next slide. We issued all those bonds in the previous years with the school. So there are no more bond issuances for the county, at least for the next 5 years. Is that correct?
That's correct. And actually, this money is county bond funds. The school bond funds are not in this
No, I
at all.
understand. Yes, but we did it at the same time.
Yes.
Thank you. So the county cash to capital from the general fund and the additional county cash to capital, I just need a little bit of clarification for those two things. So we're confident that we can transfer from the general fund that $5 million every year for the next 5 years.
Yeah, because that's in the budget, so it's programmed. That's the amount of money that's in the capital program that you're transferring based on the penny values.
So like the fire and rescue, it'll go up a little.
Yes, it'll
Well,
go up a
we
little
wouldn't
bit.
project
Yeah.
that. Yeah. And then the additional county cash to capital is what?
That's cash money that you've either appropriated in prior years for existing projects, or it is, in this particular case, starting in fiscal year '26, it is the interest earnings on the debt plus a portion of the county's debt service that we're not currently using to pay for debt.
So if we issued debt, that number would go down, and we would have a different source, which would be the bond proceeds.
Okay, so can you tell us how much money we've made or we're allowed to keep on the bond money that we haven't used?
We're going to bring that at the next meeting, is that right?
And this is just the county bond
Right.
money. It's not the school bond
I,
money.
I need to check with our finance director and see if the arbitrage calculation has been done yet. Once the arbitrage calculation's done, I can tell you what the current amount is.
Okay, so while we save a penny and a half for capital projects, or what do we save for capital projects?
There's 2.5 pennies that go.
2.5 pennies.
2.5 pennies.
And that is not part of the additional county cash to capital.
No, that's in the county cash to capital transfer from the general
But
fund.
she said additional county cash. It isn't in
It
the
is not in that
additional.
number, no.
Say that again.
Okay, so the cash to capital transfer from the general fund of $5,047,150, that is the yearly amount that gets transferred directly out of the operating budget. This additional money is money that is either we've had in fund balance or is being appropriated out of these other funds that has no tie to the operating budget.
Right, so again, I'm sorry. Where's the 2.5 cents? From the general fund?
Yeah, that's in the
Okay.
transfer from the general fund.
And that's just 2.5 cents.
No, it's 2.5 cents
Plus?
plus $1.3 million for county capital maintenance, $425,000 for parks and recreation maintenance projects, and $210,000 for IT infrastructure projects.
And all of those are classified as capital?
Yes.
Okay. And the additional county cash to capital, the 7.9 or the 3.1,
Yep.
that's what we've had in our budgets, and that just keeps carrying forward
That's monies that,
for other things that
Debt
were done.
service.
Debt
Oh,
service.
Debt service.
Just debt service.
Debt service and interest on the bond proceeds.
Okay. Why is fiscal year 30 so much larger?
because that's how much money we have to appropriate in order to fund the entire CIP.
It's so far out that it's a planning tool at this point. We would have to determine and figure out at that point if that was the time that we wanted to build the big project that's in that year, if we had sources of revenue that we could offset that with. So we would have to plan for that, but it's a planning document, so we can look to that for the future.
So, but we feel comfortable with the 3.1 million.
Yes.
For the 4 years, and then all of a sudden, we're gonna have to come up with another 5 million.
By
five
the
and a
time,
half.
by the time that gets to the current year, when we are in 2030, the number will be different, and we'll figure out more specifically how we will account for that.
In fact,
Yeah.
every year, these numbers change.
Yes.
Purely because of the penny value, among many other things.
Right.
Right. So the debt proceeds, the debt money we don't use, that goes into the additional county cash to capital.
It stays pretty flat for a few years, and then there's a point when some of our debt service drops off too, and that amount will go up. But it's not in 2030, it's later.
Okay. Thank you, that's all I had.
Supervisor Kitts?
I had a really good handle on a lot of this stuff, and now I have a headache. So I was following it, and it was like a Madden drawing. This goes here, this goes here, and this goes here. So coming back to arbitrage, which is the favorite term that I learned. For us, that goes into the additional county cash to capital. What we do is offset our interest, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So, and I know we had talked about it before with the schools, and it was like 6 something, and that was an interest offset if we put it towards capital. Yes?
That's correct.
Okay.
So the interest that we've earned is greater than that, but that would be the net after we take the arbitrage out.
Then
That's
two
how
separate
much we
bond
can
issues,
use.
one
Yes.
for schools,
Yes.
one for our projects.
That's-
Both of them fall under the product of interest has to be offset because you can't take that money and have it grow without being balanced. So people
Because,
just don't take it.
right, they're tax exempt bonds, so the Internal Revenue Service has regulations. I could go into a lot of nerdy accounting talk right now, but.
Well, I'm good, thanks.
Okay.
So, okay, so that's not, the school stuff, that's completely separate, even though it says cash to capital on the school projects, that's not on here because that's not our purview for that, but we are on the debt services portion for the 7733 going forward, and that's our offsets. Okay, I'm good, that's all I needed to make sure I got the two separated. Thank you.
Supervisor Biggs?
Yeah, I was thinking we could make it a little bit clearer to those folks that might be listening that, we're looking at county and we're looking at school, and this other document that we're supposed to be reading up on does have the future school capital listed on page 35. So I was just going to ask Ms. Hill am I on the correct track that we're looking at all this together?
We are looking at all that together, and when we met and had the joint meeting with the schools, the plan looked like it was going to be further out than this 5-year period. So as that moves closer, we'll incorporate that into this plan.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And I don't have any questions. Did any of the Q&A bring up any questions for anybody else? Nope. Okay. Thank you very much for being here this evening and for keeping us on track with our CIP. The next item that we have in work session is a presentation on the history on the School Resource Officer Program and funding. And Angie, I believe, is it you or is
Yes,
Chris?
I'm going to do that.
Okay.
We've been talking, and some public has addressed the board about some questions that we've had about school resource officers over the past few months. And so we wanted to just provide a quick overview of the history of this program. And the reason that we felt it was important for us to do that is because the county does fund the sheriff's office, which provides school resource officers to many of the schools in our community. The program started in the late 90s with the town police departments providing some SROs in the schools that were located in the towns, and the sheriff's office had SROs in the schools that were in the unincorporated areas of the county. That transitioned some, and the working relationship between the law enforcement agencies in our community is outstanding. I just wanted to kind of highlight that and give you 2 examples of that in the SRO realm. If you recall, when Christiansburg Middle School had not yet been, the new school was not built yet, the middle school was in town, in the town of Christiansburg on College Street, and at that time, town police were the SROs in that school. When the middle school was first constructed, it was in the unincorporated portion of the county, so Montgomery County Sheriff's Office deputies were the school resource officers. Slightly after that time, there was a boundary line adjustment, and the school was then in the town limits, and it transitioned back to the town of Christiansburg for the school resource officers. So that was one example of how our law enforcement agencies work collaboratively together to make this program work. Another example was when the high school gym roof collapsed in Blacksburg, and the Blacksburg Middle School students had to come to Christiansburg. The Blacksburg town SROs came with those students, so they maintained their SROs, which was really important at that time, as it would be at any time, but to keep that continuity. And the last bullet on this, I'm going to skip down there and then go back to the middle one. The last bullet talks about the jurisdiction and who has jurisdiction in which locality. So even though the Blacksburg officer was in the town of Christiansburg, their jurisdictional code implications of that, but they work through those and they know how to make them work, and they're not challenges for them because they have worked together to make those work. We've been asked about a memorandum of understanding, and I wanted to just let folks know that that memorandum of understanding is between the schools and the law enforcement agencies. The county isn't really party to that because we have an elected sheriff. It's between the sheriff's office and MCPS, and then the town law enforcement agencies have theirs as well. This shows that for 2026, each of the schools listed, which are all of the schools except for Montgomery Central, have funded dedicated school resource officers. It shows who they will be staffed by, who funds them, and the approximate. We tried to get this exactly right. We think it's close, year that the funding began for each school. The 4 elementary schools in Blacksburg have, to my knowledge, there hasn't been a determination of who will staff which, but I know that I talked with the town manager, Mark Vernil, late last week, and they have a new police chief who feels like he's going to be able to have those filled in August, those 2 positions that Blacksburg will fill. And then this board has approved, the Board of Supervisors has approved 2 positions for sheriff's deputies to be in the other 2 schools. That's pretty much all I have, a brief history. I don't know if anyone has any questions or any more information we'd like to provide, you'd like for us to provide to you in the future, but we did want to give you that update. There's also, I do want to add, there are 2 sheriff's deputies that are, one is a sergeant and one is a lieutenant, that supervise this program for the sheriff's office. They're able to fill in when there are people who are out on leave or other situations might arise that they need to have coverage. And there's a person who is an SRO in Christiansburg that is considered a rover that goes between the elementary schools and Montgomery Central as well.
So there is a third SRO provided by Christiansburg.
Yes,
it's just a rover.
that's right.
Okay. I thought,
yes,
I was reading this going, I thought Christiansburg did 3.
They did 3.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, let's see. I know that was a very brief presentation, but I felt like it was important just to make sure that everybody had the same information about the who and by whom that the SROs were funded. So let's see if anybody has any questions. Supervisor Kitts?
So I had asked for this to be put out because I know there was a lot of problems with a lack of information within the community to make sure that people knew exactly what was going on, that it was 3 and 3 funded in Christiansburg, 3 by the sheriff, 3 by the town. Blacksburg is now going to be 4 by the town and 2 by the sheriff's department, and that there's a separate division within the sheriff's department that handles all of the county. So all the schools are handled. I just want to make sure that the public knows how this is falling out and how we make sure that everything's covered, who's paying for what, because every time I read something, it was, I don't know who's paying for what and who's doing. This is a public record to be on file, to be able, people to be able to look at so they understand and know exactly what's going on. And there'll be more to follow as we move forward. I know we got some other stuff, but I just wanted clarity on this because I've had to talk to a lot of people. There's a lot of people that feel, you know, there's a little bit each way. But the one thing that we need to be able to provide is the clarity that they have the information they need to come to an informed decision on how this is going about. So thank you very much, Ms. Hill, for getting this done.
Yes, and the county does not provide funding to either town to pay for their officers.
Important clarification.
It is important. I meant to say that. Thank you.
Supervisor Bone?
Are all of these 12-month or 10-month?
They're all 12-month employees. They do other things during the summer months. They are all 12-month employees.
So they're not necessarily at the particular schools during the summer times?
Some of them are.
Some of them are.
The ones that have summer programs, I've seen SROs.
Okay.
Right.
And has the Blacksburg Police Department decided which of the 4 elementary schools that they're going to quote unquote own, and then the I mean, has that already been decided?
I don't know. I don't know that. I'll leave that to the people that know, to the law enforcement folks. I don't know.
Sounds good, thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Biggs, did you have anything?
I'm glad we have this information and the history of it, because it's not like just something that happened overnight. It's something that's been worked on for a long while to get everything covered. My only question is, like, I know that there's advertisement out for SROs from the Sheriff's Department, and I guess Blacksburg, from what I can find out, is working on theirs. So when they get their folks, will we be notified so that we know what's going on?
Yes.
That I had that question, and I'm glad that you pointed out that Christiansburg Primary and Christiansburg Elementary have the deputies from the Sheriff's Department, because that is a situation that we went through a few years ago to get that covered. So thank you for the information. I really appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Supervisor King, anything? No? Okay, do we have any more questions or comments on this topic? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and adjourn us for a quick break. Not adjourn, that is the wrong word. My apologies. Marty, your eyebrows went through the roof. I'm going to go ahead and stop us here for a 10-minute break, because our next topic, I think, is going to take quite a while. So it is 8:46. We will reconvene at 8:56. Okay. Let's go ahead and move on to our final item in work session, which is the Public Service Authority structure. Angie, I'm going to turn it right over to you.
All right, thank you. I wanted to say also, all of these presentations will be in board docs as they always are after the meeting. So if any of you want to look back at them, or the public can see them there as well. Next, we're going to talk about the Public Service Authority structure, which we've been talking about for a few weeks also, maybe a few months. Oh, I turned the remote off during the break. Okay, here we go. This is just a reminder. You all know what this slide says. It's the exact same we provided at the last presentation of this. I just wanted to include it in here so we'll have a document of record and people can refer back to it. The alternate structure, if we moved away from the current structure of the Public Service Authority as it currently operates, is shown here. I did add a couple things to this slide. Primarily that all of the assets would be retained by the PSA board, including the infrastructure, which is the water and sewer system. And one of the PSA board responsibilities that we didn't talk about a great deal at the last meetings that we talked about this, that's very important, is that that board would determine the strategic investment in future service areas and facility expansion for public water and sewer in the county. That's very similar to what this Board of Supervisors does when you have planning, zoning, special use permits come before you and you make those decisions. That goes along the same lines as these strategic decisions. At the last meeting that we talked about possibly transitioning from the current operating model of the Public Service Authority with the employees working for the authority to those employees becoming county employees, someone asked for a timeline and a transition plan. So the transition plan would include the board and PSA having consensus to move forward with this. An agreement would be developed between the Public Service Authority and the Board of Supervisors. The Public Service Authority would approve that first, and then the Board of Supervisors would approve it, and then implementation of that. This is Marty's big slide. I'm going to let him go over this. He's going to talk about what the agreement would include, a summary of those items.
Well, she's already taken some of the thunder away, but the agreement would be pretty simple between the two boards. The main objective of the agreement is to document that the PSA would be transferring the operation, maintenance, and billing of the PSA water and sewer systems to the county. And that would include, in order for the county to be able to operate and maintain and do that work, the PSA employees would then become county employees, and they'd be hired under terms similar to those that they're currently provided by the PSA. Keep in mind that the PSA employees come under the same county personnel handbook as county personnel, so it shouldn't be much different. There are a couple policies that pertain to the PSA because of their nature of work, and those would remain for those employees. And they would work under a new county-created utility department where water and sewer would be located.
If I could chime in right there, that utility department would be part of the county's general fund. We talked about that before. There was a question about how that would be handled, and it would be a general fund department that would be just funded by the revenues that would come from the PSA for the reimbursement of the costs.
Correct. In order to operate and do all this, the county would lease from the PSA's current vehicles or current equipment, and also the garage property. The PSA would retain ownership of that, and when it was no longer needed by the county, it would revert back to the PSA. The county would also agree to insure that property and likewise maintain it. The PSA would retain, as Angie mentioned, legal title and ownership of all water and sewer facilities. That includes pipes, water plants, sewer plants, all infrastructure. They would retain ownership of customer accounts. They'd retain ownership of all current PSA funds. but they would also retain the PSA debt. And what the agreement would state is that the PSA would agree to pay the county the cost of operating, maintaining, and doing the billing service. As you know, the county's already doing certain services for the PSA, such as they do all the fiscal work, they do all the HR work, they do procurement work, and so this would just be an extension of that. The PSA would retain the authority to approve the PSA budget and set rates to pay for that budget. They would work. They would work closely with the county in developing the budget, because the county would be telling what it's going to cost to run it. And then like Angie said, the PSA, because they still own these systems, they decide when the systems are expanded in any way or upgraded. And so they would have that authority to provide what she deemed as strategic direction for where water and sewer facilities expand or where investment is put in. Obviously, they'd be working with the county on that because of the planning and the comprehensive plan, but it's the PSA board that would ultimately make the final decision on where those things go. I'm trying to think if I left anything out. I think that may be it. Can you think of anything?
I think that's it.
Hope to have a draft for both parties to look at by the next meeting. The intent is not to adopt it at the next meeting, it's just to kind of go over, get feedback, and then if there's no major changes that need to be done, the hope would be that we'd start the approval process at the following meetings. With an effective date, I think the goal was maybe October 1.
We discussed what the quickest.
That's not final, but that's the thought pattern.
We think that if the board wanted to move forward in this direction, like Marty said, we could bring the agreement to you at the next meeting. We could let you have it ahead of time so you could look over that. And then if you had any questions, you could ask those. And then if you were ready for that to move forward and felt comfortable with the PSA board approving it, they could potentially do that in August. And then the Board of Supervisors could adopt it after the PSA board did, and then a little transition time to about October the 1st.
Okay, so it's my understanding that, did you just go backwards?
I went.
Okay.
It's the same slide.
Okay.
Because what we need to know now is, do you still have consensus? Do you want us to move forward?
That's what I was going to say. So my understanding is that what we need to get from this work session is, of course, answers to everybody's questions. And then also, do we have consensus to still move forward looking at this change and then reviewing a potential agreement at our July 28th meeting. So let's start with questions, and I'm going to go to you first, Supervisor King, because you're the chair of the PSA.
Well, what I seen on here is, and I need somebody to answer this, what is the benefits of it?
I think we talked about that a little bit before, but I'm glad you brought it up because some folks might not have watched the other meetings when we've talked about some of the benefits. Some of the benefits that would be included in having the PSA operations become part of the county is the depth of expertise that the county has in a wide variety of areas that the PSA, because they have approximately 20 employees, they don't have the capability to have that broad depth, which the county does provide some of those services for the PSA now. But I think that by bringing that as part of our county team, we could help those employees feel more part of us. We could provide the support that would be needed. It would help for a more cohesive development review process with our development community. One of the major goals of mine for the county is to improve the development process for Montgomery County developers, citizens. We've talked a lot about how the building's laid out and how we could redesign that to make it more customer, citizen-friendly for development. And part of that, having the PSA as part of the county would allow that process to go a little bit more smoothly, we think.
Well, if we need PSA to get more involved with the county development side of it, we can do that. Just my opinion. If it ain't broke, don't work on it. If it is broke, let's sit down and figure out how to make it work better. You know, we have an agreement with the water authority. The county can financially help PSA with money-wise. I mean, in here you're talking about PSA still owns the vehicles in the building, but the county's going to rent them.
They're going to lease them. Right.
That's what I said. They're going to lease them from PSA.
Correct. And they'll be responsible for maintaining them and insuring them.
Yeah. I mean, how is that not financially helping
My understanding
PSA?
of
Because we're doing a service, your PSA is paying the county to do that service, and that's part of that payment, is to use those vehicles to do the work.
But the county would be paying PSA for the buildings?
No.
Would the lease be for $1?
Yeah, right.
It's a legal lease, but there would not be a substantial amount. It would be like $1 lease, but to show that I'm speaking about legal things now.
Ownership
Marty.
doesn't change hands. You're doing fine. Ownership doesn't change hands. It's still in the PSA's ownership. The PSA, as part of this agreement, in order to take over these operations, they're going to lease them the right for the county to use those facilities to do that work. If it's not needed for that work anymore, or if the agreement's terminated, and the agreement can be terminated at any time, we'll put a period of time in there because you'll have to transition. But everything would go back to the PSA for the same, and the leases would just be terminated.
Well, if you're going to have the same PSA board and it goes to the county, what's going to change?
The reporting structure of the staff is what would change.
Well, I'll just be upfront with you. I don't agree with it. I don't think we should move forward with it. That's my opinion.
Okay. Supervisor Kitts, you're the vice chair of the PSA.
So this is where me and Supervisor King disagree. That that's a good organization. There's some amazing people that work there. But I think for us to be able to grow in the capacity we need to grow with the developments that are coming, I think we need to have something that kind of matches up. And it's not anything on the professionalism of the group. Our PSA is amazing. They do great things. And they've worked their butts off for what we've done for the county. I just think this is a growth point, and we're in a transition time as the director's preparing to retire. I think it's an opportunity for us to change the course a little bit. It's not broke, it's just an adjustment. It's not a overall of anything else. So my biggest thing is I want to make sure the employees are taken care of. So if they're going to transition to the county, I was thinking about this as we were talking. How does their insurance that they have now compare to where we are? Are we on the same thing with HR?
Yes,
okay.
it's the same.
No different.
I know there's some certifications that they are recognized for, and you said that's going to go within an adjustment for the PSA section within the employee handbook that states and stipulates that these are still recognized.
Right, yeah, there'll be a couple policies that apply just to water and sewer employees because of the nature of their work.
We have other employees that receive certifications, county employees that have certain career tracks that receive certifications and get compensated for those. It's similar to that, so it's not completely different, but we would make sure that those things stayed as they are.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, my big thing is to make sure they're taken care of and they know they're going to be taken care of, and that they've got, because uncertainty is always a problem. And I want to make sure that they know that there's support no matter what. I understand that it's an enterprise fund and it has to be separated because it's a utility and you can't commingle monies, and that's why it has to be separated like that. So I'm good with it based on where we're going with it. think I know we just need to adjust the parameters for how we do the director stuff. And I think that's where we're at right now. So, but thank you.
Okay, and I'm going to go next to Supervisor Biggs, the secretary of the PSA.
Well, I've supported this for a while, but even more so now because I feel like it would be more streamlined. There are a couple things that I think that Angie mentioned. I like the fact that employees would become like they're county employees. They're still getting everything, but there is a difference in what they do, and that can be recognized. Okay, the other thing that I talked to Supervisor King about that we were concerned that I saw answered tonight was like the strategic planning, and the PSA board would still be involved in the strategic planning. It wouldn't fall under like the director doing it, and I think that's an important concept there. I also think it's important as we move forward and the county continues to grow that with the development review process, when utilities are being discussed, I think that would bring the PSA in with the planning department a little bit better, and I think that would be beneficial. So I am supportive of moving on with it.
All this talk about water, I had to get a bottle. Thank you. Appreciate that, Supervisor Biggs. Supervisor Grafsky, did you have anything?
Not a whole lot to add, but I'm at first when the attorney was going through kind of some of these outlines, I was kind of similar to you, Supervisor King, kind of scratching my head because it seems like the PSA would retain a lot of autonomy under this new structure. But as we're talking through this, again, recognizing the benefits and the advantages of being more integrated into the county's operation, having better access to these, resources, not financial, but, the people side, the capabilities that we have within the county, which I think are one of our, greatest resources. I can see where that's going to do a great service to the PSA in moving it forward. Because like Supervisor Kitt said, we're kind of at this inflection point. I do have one question. I don't want to make assumptions, but did we look at other localities, other counties in kind of thinking through or drafting up these initial thoughts about what this would look like?
We looked at them all 95. The most recent one we just found that transitioned in a similar manner to what we're talking about. We just found late today, so I don't have a lot of details to share with you about that. It was Pittsylvania County, and I think they're about half our size. Jen, is that right?
About 58, yeah.
Yeah. But we do know that some are members of authorities, just like regional authorities. Some have PSAs, some have departments. Hold one moment. I can tell you some numbers. Maybe I can't. There are a few that don't have any public water or sewer, but I can provide. I don't have totals on these, but I'll provide you a list of.
Yeah, I didn't expect
How
you
many
to.
have what? But it's a wide mixture, and I think that one thing that's really important for us to remember as we go through that is Montgomery County is really unique. We say that all the time, and then we kind of forget, but we are the only county in Virginia that has two of the largest towns in Virginia, so we don't look like other people. We don't function exactly like other areas do, but we have looked at those to try to find a model. We haven't found anyone that has recently done exactly what we're talking about.
Sure. Okay. No, I like I said, I was pretty. That was pretty safe in assuming that we had looked at other ones, but I just
one of the things you said about integrating the employees though is like it's one of my passions is that our team works well together and that we're integrated together and we're not siloed. I know we've made huge strides since I came here in 1997 as compared to people doing their thing and they're not really or incorporated together. And I think that this would be a great opportunity for the PSA staff if there was a utility department director to become part of the leadership team of the county and work together and really become cohesive and grow together. And I care a lot about the people that work for us. That's why I do my job, is because of the people that we serve and the people that are county employees. And I think that I think we could make things real. And I have to say this carefully because I don't want to disparage how things have been done in the past, but things are changing there now, as has been discussed. And I care about those people, and I want to make sure that the right things are done and that they feel a part of Montgomery County like the other folks do.
Absolutely, well, and I just, at least in my head, I see a lot of opportunities for economies of scale in certain functions, billing, accounts receivable, accounts payable, customer service. And again, not to say that none of those are not being done well now, but we can become much more efficient with those if we're, doing that as a larger organization. That's it.
Supervisor Bone?
Talking about efficiency, has there ever been any financial analysis about this transition? Will there actually be savings?
I think that the cost of operating the PSA at this time, based on what we have studied, and we have looked at that, I think it will be about the same as it is now. I think that the pay, as we talked about, for the PSA employees would be on the same structure. It might have some kind of impact on the director's pay. I don't know that yet. We don't know what that's going to look like exactly. Currently, some of the efficiencies we do already recognize in the finance area by having the county be the fiscal agent for the PSA. I don't know that there's going to be a tremendous amount of direct, tangible, today dollars savings for the PSA. As the county grows and the PSA grows, I can see how it would help the overall county be more efficient, which would in the long run save money. But I don't know that it's going to be very quantifiable. Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying. It sounds like in the quote-unquote distant future, it would be quantifiable. No?
In the distant future, it might be more quantifiable than it is right now.
And where would those numbers come from? What do you think would be quantifiable? Where would that difference show up?
It would be hard to study that, I think, because if you went into the very distant future, 15, 20 years, which probably isn't that distant, but if you went that far and you looked at how many staff we had for that, if it became a department, compared to what it would be if it was a separate authority, it seems that it would be a smaller number, but I don't know that for certain. But I suppose that's how you could quantify that, if you could figure out what the size of the separate PSA would be at that point.
Mm-hmm. I'm assuming that, just changing the subject, I'm assuming that the board, for all the different counties that you've looked at, are all the supervisors the board members of the PSAs or equivalent?
We didn't look at that. But I know that I know there are places that have public service authorities that have separate members.
Mm-hmm. And are they all 7 members? Or are they 5 members?
It varies. As you know, Board of Supervisors are made up of different members, right. Number of members as well. So that varies also. Mm-hmm. I don't know if they are the same. I don't know if the Board of Supervisors and the Public Service Authority boards are the same typically.
Yeah, I don't know, but the code says they can be the same. Yeah.
It just seems like if we decide to make these changes, maybe the PSA board wants to reduce to 5, save some money there, you know? Where else can we find some money and be creative, you know?
Right.
I mean, it's great to talk about expected efficiencies. Kind of disappointed that they're not quantifiable, right?
My main goal of, well,
Okay.
Supervisor Kitts brought this forward as something for us to look at. But I think the main objective wasn't finding efficiencies in that regard. I think it was looking at the development services side. Am I right about that?
Yeah, we just want to make sure that we respect the PSA's expertise.
Yes.
That we know that they are experts, and we want them to allow them to be the experts. And some of the admin and for lack of a better term, command functions that are higher up. So much for my institutionalism. So that's able to be pushed off to the side and allow them to do what they do best. And that gives them the permission to do that. And it's to take a little bit off their plate and allow them to do what they do and allow us to grow and to put it all under one roof. So when you go to planning, you know the PSA's there, you know what your water is, you got it all streamlined. It's not so much money, and I think it would be quantifiable later on. And I do agree. I think the board could be reduced. I think the meetings could be. I think a lot of that stuff needs to be addressed, and it's something we need to look at. But it's a growth thing, because right now I don't think anybody in here can tell you what the county growth patterns are going to be over the next 15 years, which is directly going to affect how the PSA is going to grow. I know there has been an ask for that, but how the patterns are going to change. And I think that's going to directly impact them also. So, is that not rambling? Sorry.
It was not.
No, it was good. Can I?
Yeah, of course.
So I'm struggling to see where the benefit is when I've seen organizations have separate entities like the PSA and the county have PSA members in the county planning department, you know, and right there to make things more streamlined. I don't understand how, I mean, because you said that there wasn't anything quantifiable, I don't see why adjustments can't be made with the present situation. And the present situation, the PSA board could decide to reduce themselves to 5 also. There's nothing that says that they have to stay at 7, right?
I think the Board of Supervisors decides.
Well, then the Board of Supervisors could decide if we wanted to save some money, do something quantifiable, you know? We're not, okay, anyway, it does sound like we would have the equivalent of a Chuck.
A
That's the
utility
assumption.
director.
Yeah, that's the assumption that we would have a director.
Certainly, we would have to have a utility
Right,
director.
so we're not
That's
going to
correct.
save money there.
My whole thing was never about the money savings. Mine was about the streamlining and the continuity of everything. That's what I asked.
Right.
I
As
agree
we
with
move
that.
forward.
Right.
Yeah.
I never
It's-
brought up once of a quantifiable savings. It was a streamlining of process to allow them to concentrate on their mission.
Is there any reason why this replacement of Chuck can't sit in on your leadership meetings? I don't understand. I don't get what.
I think in the past, an invitation was made. I think the PSA director has always been welcome at those meetings, and going forward would always be welcome at those meetings. And to what Supervisor Kitts was saying, I am in support of continuing on this as well, because I view it as a kind of a streamlining of the process for development especially, but just the process of having the right people, all of the people in the room where decisions are made. And if we've got our director of planning in a room, we need to also know the impact on utilities, just as we need to understand the impact on emergency services. And so kind of putting all of those people together on one team, I view as a great win. I think with the announcement of the retirement of our current PSA director, that kind of precipitated some of these conversations, because it's much easier to change when there's a vacancy at the top than it would be to change paths when you've got somebody that's been there for several years or something like that. I feel like the timing is appropriate to be discussing it now because of the change in leadership.
I understand that. And when you talked about they've always been invited, but the PSA board could say, this is part of your job. You will be part of this conversation and every aspect of collaboration with the county, and not give, that, as well as other people's roles, to make it more streamlined. It just doesn't seem like we've done what we should have done in the present situation before we make people do a lot of work for no quantitative benefit. Am I not speaking what I'm hearing you say?
I think everybody has different reasons for being in support or not in support of this. I think that there are some things that will make operations easier and clearer if it's a county department. So my opinion is I would like to continue to move forward. I respect that yours is different.
Okay, so.
And you mentioned a significant amount of work for us to move into this. It won't be a significant amount of work to move into that.
Great. How has anybody, so when we made changes for fire rescue, and now we have our own department, as we've started to talk about this PSA potential change, it seems like employees have an opinion or often might be afraid of change. Have we gotten any feedback from anyone in the any staff in the PSA, and how do they feel insecure about the change? Do they like the idea?
I personally haven't spoken with members of the PSA staff about that because that's not my role.
Mm-hmm. Todd, have you heard anything from the employees?
I will ask them if I can let it out. Because when I talk to them, it's me and them.
Mm-hmm. I think that's important to understand, because they'll bring a lot of probably good information or things to light that we should take into consideration.
They are the experts in operating water and sewer for certain, as Supervisor Kitts mentioned. There is no doubt they are the experts in that.
Sure.
The county, one of the areas of depth I think that we have is that we have a whole lot of a great leadership team that we could all help each other, and I think that would be a great asset in this circumstance.
I completely support streamlining our support for development in our county. No question about it. It just seems to me that we haven't explored what that could look like in the present situation. That's all I'm saying. If we could, I'd be right on board, no question about it. But it doesn't sound like that has even remotely happened too much. Anyway, that's all my questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, did that bring up any questions from anybody else? So then if we could give some direction, we can just do a simple thumbs up, thumbs down if we want consensus. Do we want to continue to move forward looking at this transition, and moving forward looks like a proposed agreement to review and have in work session at our next meeting on July 28th. So do we want to do that? I'm seeing majority support for continuing to move forward.
If you do that, as I stated in the last time we had this conversation, I think the compensation for the PSA board needs to go away.
Agreed.
And I would like for somebody, please tell me, I keep hearing streamline. What are you talking about streamline? With the PSA and the county. We need things to be streamlined. Better streamlined.
So leadership developed in a vacuum causes blind spots, right? Because you don't want to see it. Leadership is a whole different ballgame on how you move forward. It's not about expertise, and that's never been put into question. But how you develop the leadership within that, sometimes you got to have a little bit of an outside approach to be able to adjust because you can't see your own weaknesses. This is only to the point of bringing everything together with a diversification of leadership and not have anything siloed off. It's not a personal fiefdom. It's not an attack upon anybody or an organization. It's showing how much the county is growing, how fast it is growing, and how we need to have the ability and the tools to respond effectively to any challenges that come forward. Right now, great organization. If we bring it under the umbrella of the county, it allows a diversification of leadership and allows that person to concentrate on leadership and communications, and allows the PSA employees themselves to be able to concentrate on their mission and not worry about all the ancillary tasks. That's my opinion on it. So
sure.
Who makes the decision to eliminate any compensation for the PSA board?
Probably the PSA
Us,
board, or would it be the board of
or the
supervisors?
PSA board?
I have to look and see. I'm not sure how it started.
Supervisor sets the pay rates for the other
Yeah,
boards.
I mean,
and
we'll figure it out and bring it back.
Okay.
And is that something that we can do, like,
and I agree with Supervisor King. I think if this happens like that, that has to happen.
Yeah.
no, I mean, even now, I mean,
Well, we can't do it now because we don't,
I
but we can do it next meeting, but
Right,
probably bring something,
right.
right?
is there any reason why the PSA board members need to be compensated at this time, Supervisor King, versus if this change happens? What are you thinking?
Well, I can't speak for all of them, but yes, there's a lot of work goes on with PSA.
There's still going to be a lot of work.
No. I mean, you're going to have 3 meetings. You're going to raise people's rates and set a budget.
But you can have 3 meetings now.
You have more responsibility until you turn it over to the county, then the county will have the responsibility. You're going to have 2 meetings. You're going to raise the rates and you're going to set the budget.
But you also will have, if you're doing any strategic planning, that will be part of the PSA board's responsibility. If you're doing strategic planning for water and sewer, that still comes back to us. Or if there's a project out there that needs water and sewer, it's still going to have to come back to the PSA.
Most projects go through the director. They don't have to come to the board to get approval for it unless you expand it. And still some of the developments out here now, we didn't approve them as a board. PSA board, the director does that if he's got.
But didn't we approve taking certain systems into the PSA? When we were confronted with that, the PSA board had to vote on that to take the systems in.
And then to do the upgrades necessary to bring them in alignment with our standards. So yes, that's correct.
But we would, I mean, the PSA board would have to do that. But basically, from what has been explained, it sort of sounds like we're contracting with the people who used to be in the PSA, but are now a part of the government, a county government, to do the exact same work. So the PSA board is responsible for all the same things. So if you are, then how can you not go down to 3 meetings now? Please help me understand what we're talking about here. The responsibility for the PSA board will be just as responsible just because we're contracting the work from the county.
The only thing that would be different is that director would not report to the PSA board, the director of the authority. So that piece would go away, that's right. But the rest of the functions would be the same.
Right. But the activities that the new director has within the county is still the responsibility of the PSA board.
Right.
Not that that person is going to report to the board, but everything that happens in that department is the responsibility of the board. So again, how is the responsibility of the board changing? Other than we're contracting with the county because all the people are part of the county. That's all I see. Am I missing something? Or am I just asking ridiculous questions at this point? I don't.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how to answer the question.
If it goes, you're talking about responsibility. If it goes to a county department, the PSA board would not have authority over them because it's just like the Board of Supervisors does not have authority over any other department in the county. They will answer to the county administrator. And if the PSA is switched over to the county, that director will be under the county administrator.
Right, and it'll be a contractual relationship between the PSA and the county, and if there's a problem, the PSA would then go, the contact would be the county administrator through, the utility department doing the work that would answer any problems, questions, and that's how the work would be done. I think, Angie answered it when the only difference would be the board would not have a direct employee, but the board still dictates rates, determines budget, has a contractual relationship with the county on how it's operated. It's really no different than what's going on now, except it's expanded significantly. But now the county's doing everything and running it, at least, but the ownership is still in the PSA. And you still own the money and the revenue, but you have to pay contractually for the county to run it, to run the water and sewer maintenance operations.
Okay, one last set of questions here. See a lot of benefit for the county. Is there just as much benefit on the PSA side of things? Is there?
It's a symbiotic benefit, isn't it?
It seems like it. I'm thinking about it that way too.
It's going to benefit both. It's
just the whole contracting thing is that's extra complicated for the PSA.
But I don't really think, I think that it wouldn't be complicated. I think that once the process was in place, it wouldn't be complicated. It's not complicated that the county is the fiscal agent for the PSA. We have an agreement, we do billing, we know how to do all those things. It's just a different piece of that, and that doesn't seem complicated to us.
Could you talk, I don't want to really drive, last thing, I promise. If the state came to us and said, you had to take over these, what happened 4 years ago or whatever, how would that be different if we were in the new model?
It'd be no different. The PSA would own them, and we would operate them and maintain them.
And the PSA is responsible to getting it all done.
Correct.
It's just that we're using county employees to get it done.
Right, and you might also be using consultants too. I mean, you may hire an engineer outside of the county.
But we could do that anyway.
Correct.
If there wasn't a change.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there a motion to come out of work session?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been motioned and second. Any discussion on coming out of work session? Madam Clerk, if you'll call the roll, please.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Grafsky?
Aye.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Mr. Kitts?
Aye.
Chair DeMotts?
Aye.
6 ayes.
Moving on to our consent agenda, is there a
Jen.
motion?
Can you get the slides?
Sorry, that's okay.
Uh-oh.
Is there a motion on consent?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion on the consent agenda? Madam Clerk, if you'll call the roll, please.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Grafsky?
Aye.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Mr. Kitts?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Chair DeMotts?
Aye.
6 ayes.
Okay, moving on to new business, and this is a lot tonight.
We're ready.
Do you have plenty of water? Okay, good. The first item of new business is the ACE program, New River Community College, Access to Community College Education. This is a memorandum of agreement for fiscal year 25-26. Angie, did you have anything to add about this?
This is our annual agreement. We have to approve it every year, and it is the standard agreement for the ACE program that allows students who are residents of Montgomery County to go to New River Community College without having to pay tuition if they serve the community with public service volunteer hours.
Okay, is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Supervisor Bone?
How's the finances with that going?
We looked at that today. We fund that currently at $450,000 a year. And for fiscal year 25, which just ended, we spent $339 approximately $1,000, so we had about 111 left. Last year we had $195,000 left out of the 450, so this year was a little higher than, we spent a little more this year than we did last year. You may recall when we reduced from $500,000 to $450,000, we started setting aside the funds that were remaining in a reserve. And the available funding going into fiscal year 26 in that reserve will be $499,000. So we are in good shape. It's likely that in the FY27 budget, we'll recommend reducing that funding amount, because even if we reduced it and then additional funds were needed for 1 year, we could get them out of that reserve and then shore that up in the next year.
And is that something that we can do for this fiscal year? And just put the extra 50,000 in the general fund?
Yes. If the board wants us to, we can do that. We could move it out of that into contingencies if you wanted us to do that.
I would encourage us to, but that's just me.
Any other discussion? Okay, Madam Clerk, if you'll call the roll, please.
Mr. Grafsky?
Aye.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Mr. Kitts?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Chair DeMotts?
Aye.
6 ayes.
Next item is participation in the proposed settlement of opioid-related claims. I think, Marty, this is your only one on new business.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to be brief. This is a small settlement, but as you know, we're one of 58 localities who have hired the same outside counsel, and this has been going on. We've had numerous years of litigation with opiates. The last settlement that you guys approved, if you remember, was Kroger. Before that was CVS, Walgreens, Walmart, and then there's a few others that we've approved. And all these approvals are done in the same framework, where there's statutory laws that were put in place by the General Assembly with the Opioid Abatement Fund, Then all the localities entered into MOUs with the state, and so the settlements go through that. And those are all based on each locality's losses according to the opioids. And so this particular defendant is called Henry Sheen Inc., and they own, what they are is they're a global healthcare distributor that provides medical and dental supplies, equipment, and services. And what our outside counsel deemed him as a de minimis defendant actor. So this is a very small settlement. It's only $450,000, and that's being shared by 58 localities. So the county share in this will be about $7,200, so it's not much. But it's a way to get these smaller actors out of the way. And as you know, right now, the only parties left out, there's two, just to give a little more context, there's two parties that are left out of this settlement in the opioid world. One is the pharmacy benefit managers. They're fighting us still. They're not conceding. There's settlements really not moving forward. And so that could take a little while. And then the other one, which is close to getting finalized, is the one with the family that ended up going into bankruptcy. And it got kicked out by the Supreme Court because the family was given indemnity by agreeing to give so much money, which was not allowed under bankruptcy law. But anyway, they've redone it, and we're close to getting a settlement on that one. But anyway, with this one, I'm asking our litigators say this is a good deal for all of us, and what I need is approval from you to allow the county to settle for the $450, and it authorizes me to sign any all documents that are required to finalize the settlement, because the parties only agree to settle if all the localities agree to sign off. So.
Okay. So is there a motion to participate in the proposed settlement of opioid-related claims?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, if you'll call the roll, please.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Mr. Kitts?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Grafsky?
Aye.
Chair DeMotts?
Aye.
7 ayes.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item is the Electoral Board and Director of Elections Fiscal Year 26 reconciliation. Angie?
I'm going to speak to the next two resolutions, and then you can take action on both of those. They both relate to the county and state funding cycles. The county adopts the budget before we know the exact amount of funding that we're going to get for the Electoral Board and for the Compensation Board. So these two resolutions true the county's budget up with the state budget.
Okay. So is there a motion on item C, Electoral Board and Director of Elections Fiscal Year 26 reconciliation?
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Okay. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, if you'll call the roll, please.
Mr. Kitts?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Grafsky?
Aye.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Chair DeMotts?
Aye.
6 ayes.
Okay, the next item, excuse me, is Compensation Board Fiscal Year 26 funding reconciliation. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion on this one? Okay, seeing none, Madam Clerk, if you'll call the roll, please.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Grafsky?
Aye.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Mr. Kitts?
Aye.
Chair DeMotts?
Aye.
6 ayes.
Okay, next is the appropriation of fiscal year 25 donations balances. Angie?
This resolution appropriates funds that were donated by private individuals or entities for our volunteer Montgomery program, the library, and our Parks and Rec programs. And so these are funds. The next items that we appropriate, I believe it's the next 8 items, are going to be reappropriating funds that had been appropriated in fiscal year 25. So this is the first of those.
Okay. Is there a motion on the appropriation of fiscal year 25 donations balances?
Motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, if you'll call the roll, please.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Grafsky?
Aye.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Mr. Kitts?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Chair DeMotts?
Aye.
6 ayes.
Appropriation of fiscal year 25 general fund earmarked balances. Is there anything else to add, Angie?
Just a little bit, the source of these funds is different. This is not from donations, but it's appropriations that the board made during the year that we didn't expend before the end of June. The Community Health Center is a big item in this that we appropriated and thought that we would probably receive an invoice for. It's just a timing difference. So those kinds of items that need to carry forward into fiscal year 26.
Okay, is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, any discussion?
They're just getting it straight over here.
Supervisor Grafsky might need to abstain from this
Yeah.
vote, so he is seeking legal counsel on whether or not to do so, because he is the chair of the Community Health Center of the New River Valley.
Good.
All right, we ready for the vote? Madam Clerk, if you'll call the roll, please.
Mr. Grafsky?
So as was stated, because of my role with the Community Health Center, I will abstain from this vote.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Mr. Kitts?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Chair DeMotts?
Aye.
5 ayes, 1 abstain.
Next item is appropriation of fiscal year 25 general fund encumbrances carryover. Angie?
The next 3 items are actually all encumbrance carryovers for different funds, and there are purchase order lists and summaries for you in those items.
Okay. Is there a motion on the general fund encumbrances carryover?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, Madam Clerk, if you'll call the roll, please.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Mr. Kitts?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Grafsky?
Aye.
Chair DeMotts?
Aye.
6 ayes.
Law library encumbrances carryover. Angie, did you have any more to add about this one?
No more to add.
Okay. Is there a motion on the law library encumbrances?
moved.
Thank
Second.
you. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, I'll give you a second. All right. Will you call the roll, please?
Mr. King?
Aye.
Mr. Kitts?
Aye.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Grafsky?
Aye.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Chair DeMotts?
Aye.
6 ayes.
Next item is county capital fund carryover and encumbrances.
This is just a portion of what's in the capital projects fund. As I said earlier, at the next meeting, we will have an appropriation for you to appropriate what is in the capital improvements plan. So this is just a small portion of that.
Okay. Is there a motion on the county capital fund carryover and encumbrances?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Down on the, in the middle of it, it's got $166,092 for the 305 Roanoke Street.
Are you looking at which one? The encumbrances?
No, the next, go under that one.
Okay. Gotcha. I'm with you.
The first tab, I believe.
That will be the only reason I will vote against I.
Oh, gotcha, okay.
Okay.
I did not support it when it come in front of us, and I can't support it now.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Well, I just had a question about that. So you can't vote for the whole thing. I was just looking, there's a teal park in there.
That's the only one I can't vote for. I did not support it when it come in front of us to
Right.
start with.
So, but you don't want to pull that out. You just want to vote no on the whole thing?
Well, if we can pull it out, I'd like to pull it out.
Okay.
Can we pull that one out, Marty?
We'll make it work.
Okay, so this one has been motioned by Supervisor Kitts, seconded by Mary Biggs. Supervisor Kitts, do you agree to amend your motion to pull out $166,092 of money that is designated for 305 Roanoke Street?
And vote on it separately.
And vote on separately.
I will accept the friendly amendment to
Your motion.
the motion.
And
Do
I
you
will
accept?
do that too, so that Mr. King can vote on his park thing.
Okay. So we have a friendly amendment to the motion. Vicky, are you ready to call the roll, please?
I am.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. King?
Aye.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Grafsky?
Aye.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Mr. Kitts?
Aye.
Chair DeMotts?
Aye.
6 ayes.
Okay, now I don't know what to do with that $166,092.
Let's do that one now, yeah.
Yeah, I'll make a motion for that money to go forward.
Okay, so this would be a county capital fund carryover and encumbrances specific to 305 Roanoke Street for $166,000, $166,092. Is that your motion?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second for that?
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? Are you ready?
Ready.
All right, Madam Clerk, if you'll call the roll, please.
Mr. Grasky?
Aye.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Mr. Kitts?
Aye.
Mr. King?
No.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Chair DeMotts?
Aye.
Have 5 ayes, 1 no.
Okay. Thank you all for being willing to work with that.
Thank you, Ms. Biggs.
All right, next is fiscal year 25 year-end grant balances and encumbrances carryover.
The next two are both grants. The ARPA grant needs to be appropriated separately for tracking purposes, but they're just grants that run on a different fiscal year cycle than the county's dollars do, or that cross multiple years.
Okay, is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, if you'll call the roll, please.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Grasky?
Aye.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Mr. Kitts?
Aye.
Chair DeMotts?
Aye.
6 ayes.
Next item is the carryover of American Rescue Plan ARPA funds.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion on this carryover? Madam Clerk, if you'll call the roll, please.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Grasky?
Aye.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Mr. Kitts?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Chair DeMotts?
Aye.
6 ayes.
Next item is the fire and rescue capital allocation.
You may recall that Chief Billy Hanks, who is the chair of the Fire and Rescue CIP Committee, came to the board earlier in the year and presented what the recommendation was. This appropriation transfers funds that were already appropriated to specific items and that are listed in your attachment.
Okay, is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion on this item?
Yes, ma'am.
Go right ahead.
This $1.5 million, that's for the Elliston fire truck, correct?
That is correct.
Just a question. And I know we discussed this before. It's going to be paid staff is going to use the truck.
They will, yes.
The volunteers gets 1.5 cents budget every year for equipment.
Right.
I would like for us to discuss the county at least paying half of that truck, because you're taking money from the volunteer side to put in the paid side. And you know yourself, it already takes 3 to 4 years to get a vehicle.
I totally see the point that you're making, and generally would agree with you if it hadn't have been recommended by the Fire and Rescue Task Force. Yes,
CIP committee.
See, I mean the committee the committee recommended it to the point of, should we look at expanding how much we're allocating? Yeah, I agree with you on that. But I'd be interested in hearing how other people feel about that idea as well.
I was in the meeting for that one with Chief Hanks, and that was his recommendation. And that question was brought up about that. So I think it is something that we can address as you start looking at usage. But he brought up some valid points, and I can't remember them off the top of my head because it's been about a month and a half, I think. So, but yeah, I think it's something we can look forward to, look at and address in the future. But right now, this is based on the recommendation of the chief. So I'm going to go with it as is until we have a chance to sit down and talk with them at that board, with all the fire chiefs, fire and EMS.
Well, I would like for this to be put on the record. I'm going to vote for it, but I do not agree with taking money from volunteer fire departments.
Okay. Is there any other discussion? Madam Clerk, if you'll call the roll, please.
Mr. Grasky?
Aye.
Ms. Bone?
I agree with Supervisor King. Aye.
Mr. Kitts?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Yes.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Chair DeMotts?
Aye.
6 ayes.
Next item is one-time funding request for fiscal year '26. Angie?
These are items that we brought before this board a couple times. We included them in a discussion point in the budget process, and they're one-time items that will help us fulfill our mission and our initiatives for the current year that we just began. And this just appropriates the one-time funding for these items.
Okay, is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none, Madam Clerk, if you'll call the roll, please.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Mr. Kitts?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Grafsky?
Aye.
Chair DeMotts?
Aye.
6 ayes.
The next item is technology equipment upgrades for general government administration and judicial administration.
There are two items in this. One came from the Clerk of Circuit Court's office to provide improvements for the courtrooms for their audiovisual equipment in the courtrooms that help them with recording and also with evidence presentation. And our IT staff had identified that as a need as well. And the other item is to help upgrade multipurpose room 2 so that when we stream meetings out of that room, the quality of the streaming will be better so that people who are watching that at home can have a better experience.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Mr. Kitts?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Grafsky?
Aye.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Chair DeMotts?
Aye.
6 ayes.
We're almost there.
Almost.
Next item is New River Land Trust.
This item has come before you in the past. You've appropriated funding for this. The New River Land Trust is donating some property to the town of Blacksburg that will be used as a nature park, and that will be used by county residents as well. When this donation occurs, the land trust will have to pay real estate taxes on the property, and so they've requested that we reimburse them for that.
So moved.
Okay, it's been motioned. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Are they paying the town of Blacksburg taxes or us?
So that would be Montgomery County's taxes.
Real estate taxes
Real
to
estate
Montgomery
taxes.
County.
Are they 501(c) or something?
Yeah, I'm sure they are.
And the specific land that they're asking for this on is currently well under construction as an expansion of the Brush Mountain hiking trail system. It's just not open to the public yet. So I think that's what the
Not
holdup
open
is.
to the public yet.
Yeah. They're building trails and stuff through the land.
When's it gonna be open?
I'm not sure.
I think they've got some of the connecting trails into the Poverty Creek Trail system already open at the top of the ridge, but they're working on some of the lower trails and a parking area down below now. So you can connect via McDonald's Hollow and via the Gateway Trail, and this is the middle piece that will connect all of those trail systems up to the Jefferson National Forest.
Okay,
That may have been TMI.
thank you.
It's a big, hard hike if you ever want to do it. Okay, this has been motioned and seconded. Any other discussion? Madam Clerk, if you'll call the roll, please.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Grafsky?
Aye.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Mr. Kitts?
Aye.
Chair DeMotts?
Aye.
6 ayes.
Okay, this is our last one. County Reserve Funds. Angie?
This resolution doesn't actually appropriate funding, it just sets aside reserves. And if you have any questions, we can go over the specific items. It shows the ending balance and that was last approved, and then what got added as the year closed to become the beginning balance for fiscal year '26.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the county reserve funds? Thank you for providing this. This is great transparency. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Madam Clerk, if you'll call the roll, please.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Grafsky?
Aye.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Mr. Kitts?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Chair DeMotts?
Aye.
6 ayes.
Okay, we're finished with new business. Let's go on to county attorney report.
No report, Madam Chair.
We've heard from you a lot tonight, so we'll give
You
you a
have.
pass.
I second that, yes.
Okay, thank you, Marty. County administrator.
I'll give a brief report. We had a couple Montgomery Matters Village meetings that went very well. We had one in Price's Fork, and then we had one in the Roanoke area as well. I believe the next one is in Bellevue. Is that correct? But I can't remember what the date of that is. Is it this week?
We had those little cards in there.
Yeah. It's coming up. We'll keep you posted on that. The parking deck is moving along and progress is going. You might have noticed that there's people that drive past the parking deck at the courthouse. A crossing sign was put in the crosswalk to make sure that people are careful as they cross the street and that the drivers are paying attention to the pedestrians that cross from the temporary parking to the courthouse. The RFP for reassessment is almost awarded. It's awarded. Okay. So we're moving forward with that. It just recently got awarded, so that's good news for that, so we can get on track with it. The proposals for the fire and EMS study for the whole entire county are due July 17th. We've had representatives from Blacksburg, Christiansburg, and Montgomery County Fire and Rescue, and the assistant town and county manager administrators are serving on that as well. The steering committee and the stakeholders will be Fire and Rescue Commission, so we'll get their input as well. And this is exciting. The Finance Department received the 38th consecutive Government Finance Officer Certificate of Achievement and Excellence in Financial Reporting Award. So,
did you say 38th in a row?
38th in a row.
That's
yes.
incredible.
Yes. It's a lot of hard work, and they do a great job.
Thank you for sharing that. All right, moving on to the Board of Supervisors report. Supervisor Bone.
A couple weeks ago, Miss Hill called me and told me that there were some brave employees that was concerned about my comments to you all about the censorship of me in December. And I was very impressed that the employees were brave enough to come to Ms. Hill and share their concerns. And I am very grateful that Ms. Hill took it upon herself to call me and discuss what the concerns were. And I will no longer be talking about the censorship, although my last statement being, I did nothing wrong. I followed all the rules. The process of the discipline there was a lot of room for improvement. The discipline or censorship was inappropriate, and the length of the censorship, I believe, and lack of stopping it was not appropriately considered. And I thank you for listening to me about all of that.
Thank you. Supervisor Grafsky.
Just one little thing to share. I'm excited to get to represent this group on Thursday with the Montgomery County Chamber's Leadership NRV group. I think Mr. Lawrence will be joining me, but we're going to have a panel of elected and non-elected local officials. And so, shucks, Chair DeMotts couldn't make it, and Mr. Fidzikowski's out of town. So I'm excited to represent this board and hope I'll represent you well.
I know you will. Thank you for agreeing to do that. That means
Happy
a
to.
lot.
I graduated that program in 2014, so
That's good.
it's kind of fun to get to go back to that.
Yeah, I felt like I loved that program as well, so I know you'll have fun with that. Thank
That's all
you.
I've got.
Supervisor Kitts. Turn on your mic. Oh, it's on.
You sure you want to do this now? Just a heads up, I'm going to be at the Kiwanis Club for Christiansburg on the 24th. So just moving as I move my around town. So a couple things I want to talk about, and some of this is to add clarity to point, and this is going to talk about schools. I'm not happy with the way things fell out. I'm not happy with how the communications were between us and our board and the school board. I've had good discussions with my person on the other side, with Ms. Franklin for the school board. So we've had some really good discussions on stuff, and there's some things I think we can change, some things we could have done better, some things that could have been better on the other side, but all in all, it could have all been handled much better. And I'd like for the county staff moving forward to look at what revenue sharing would be with the school board. A locked percentage over a certain number of years. So this political football that keeps bouncing around, where it's sometimes transpires on social media, doesn't have to happen. That the schools know what they're going to get, and it's all done in advance. And I just want to be able to see where we're at, how that works, and to go from there, because I just don't want to have the division that we've had in the county and be able to move forward. Does that make sense? Go ahead.
So let me interrupt you, because you and I have had a couple of conversations privately about this. And Angie, I think I've given you a bit of a heads up that this might be an ask. So can you talk about the timeline for when we could do a work session on something like that? I know it would be the fall, but
It would be in the fall. I'm hopeful that we'll have an extended work session in September or October, so we could do it at that, or if you wanted to do it at a board meeting, we could do that. But I think it would need to be probably in September for us to get that together in a good shape for you.
Yeah, I know we got a lot of balls in the air right now, so it's not a now thing, but it does something that we need to be able to sit down at length and be able to discuss with our partners over at the school board and make sure that we know exactly where everybody's at, because then the argument comes to percentages and where we're at, and I'd rather have that sooner rather than later and get it locked in and make sure we clear the road kind of.
So do you think a first pass Board of Supervisors work session during a regular meeting, since we could probably get that on the calendar sooner?
I'm flexible enough for that. Yeah, I'm fine, so
Okay,
we can do it.
yeah.
But I understand, like I said, I know the staff's tapped on a couple things, and I don't want to throw too much on them. I just don't want to get too far into the planning process moving forward. I want our partners over the school board to be able to have some more things to be able to look at, and so that there aren't as many decisions at that point, and it takes a lot of the knowing part out of it. So we got it clear.
We've prepared and presented that to the board before, so we can update that, and then perhaps we could do that at the end of August or beginning of September for this board, and then I think there are 5 Mondays in September.
September 30th would be the next joint.
We could have a joint meeting and present it at that.
I think that's a good way to make sure that the school board knows that we respect their autonomy and their ability to make their budget, and because we saw this more as a budget adjustment like we just did, and that's, I think, where a big miscommunication came in. And I just want to make sure people know that we're willing to move forward and try to find a balance for this. On that note, I was driving up Pepper's Ferry today, pulled in front of Bellevue Elementary. Can we bring that up for me, please?
Yeah. Hold.
Yes, ma'am. And I ran across, and I saw Penny Franklin standing out front of Bellevue Elementary with a sign and a balloon that said free meals. So, is that the thing?
It's not exactly what you sent me, but I tried to make it color so I can show you.
There we go.
Yeah.
So, school board, the schools, Montgomery County Public Schools are participating in a summer food service program. Meals to go will be provided to all children free of charge and are the same. Meal kits are distributed on Monday, July 7th. That's why she was standing out there, and the 14th. That's why she was standing out there today. But you also got the 24th and the 28th of July. It includes 7 breakfasts, 7 lunch, 1 kit per child 18 years and younger. And the child does not have to be present at that time. Pickup times are going to be listed also. You got pickup sites between 11 and 1 at Shawsville Middle School, Bellevue Elementary School, and Belmont Christian Church. And just we need to take advantage of that. I mean, that's something that we all know is important. And food insecurities are a big thing within the county, and this is a good way to take care of that. So I wanted to bring that up. If Miss Franklin's going to stand out on the side of the road with a sign and a balloon, the least I can do is sit here and bring it up for us to put in front of the board. So please take advantage of that, and that's all. I'm sorry I missed the school board meeting. It was a great vacation at the beach. Just throwing it out there.
You were
Thank you.
missed. Thank you, and thanks for bringing this up as well. Supervisor Biggs?
Yeah, I think they've done a good job getting that information out. And if you'll recall, I think in the notes I gave you from one of the liaison meetings, that was noted in there that they were going to do this. It's a very exciting program, and it's very needed, as Supervisor Kitts said. One thing that I want to make a comment on revenue sharing, make sure that when we are looking at that, we look at the pros and cons, because as long as things go well, that can go well, but if things don't go well, it can be counterproductive to the school board funding. Just thought I'd throw that in there. Okay, so I have something exciting, and it doesn't have anything to do with schools or anything else, but today at 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock at the Virginia Tech Montgomery Executive Airport, we had a presentation on the future of flight. And it was really exciting. There is a company called Electra, and they brought their prototype electric airplane. It landed at Kitland Farms, it landed at the Corporate Research Center, and it landed at the airport. And you're probably thinking, well, how can an airplane do that? Because they only need 150 feet to take off and land. It's probably the future of aviation. They showed a video where they had 3 people trying to get to New York to a meeting. One person was driving, and he didn't make the meeting in time. The other person was on a regular airplane, and the plane was late. But the third person was able to take the plane, go to their destination, and get off the plane and go into their meeting, because these planes can land anywhere. And so I'm excited about flight anyway, but this was so cool. And we had it at our airport. And our airport was the first airport in Virginia to get a charging station. So we have actually had electric aircraft come in and get charged up at the station. So in the future, not only are they looking at, the performance of these aircraft, but the fact that they're low maintenance and it gets you right to your location, they're quiet, and you don't have to worry about fuel. Now, don't ask me how long they can go from point A to point B, because I'm not ready to get on one and try that. But anyway, they only need 150 feet to take off and land. I mean, and they showed the video of them doing it. It was incredible. So it's not like some of the aircraft you see that go up, and then these take off and land like regular aircraft. So I think it's a real shout out to the fact of what's going on at our airport. And some of these companies are looking at our airport because we have good airspace for testing, and also the Smart Road is involved in this. So it's just a plus for our area. And that's all I have.
That was awesome. Very cool report. Supervisor King. Okay, and I also do not have any report this evening, so this meeting is adjourned.